Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, November the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. We got a bunch of yeses. Thank you, guys. Okay, you can hear me. You can see my screen. So, of course, today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is the market holiday in the States. The room will be closed, of course. We'll open the room on Friday morning for half a day. What's happening today? Let's take a look at Nordstrom's JWN. When you actually read the headline, it didn't seem too bad. Bunch of I think earnings beat, etc. But anyway, the stock is down right now. JWN. Let me just take a look. Yeah, despite earnings beat, analysts say Rack's recovery will take time, etc. Yeah, I mean, reported an EPS of 20 versus 13. I mean, normally that would have been a huge pop. But anyway, it is what it is. So JWN is down right now. Mentioned this yesterday. Keep an eye on AEO today, guys. This is could be a second day continuation off earnings. I mean, it's not doing anything yet. There's no volume. It's down 13 cents, but maybe keep an eye on it just in case we have a second day continuation off earnings. Okay, for AEO. And just of note, SPCB, their 1-for-10 reverse split is effective today. No action on it. If they're smart, maybe they have some news today or something, or just to get the stock rolling again. But anyway, there it is. SPCB is a 1-for-10 reverse split effective today. GSUN, just looking at the ones that are moving right now. GSUN's at the top of the list, pre-market actives. I don't see any specific news. I always try to be slow when I say that as I'm scouring some headlines. I don't see any specific news. It's a China stock. I see KWEB is up this morning, but I don't think it's got really anything to do with that. But anyway, GSUN is up. NRBO. It's a gap up. I think another one that I can't see any specific news. Yeah, lots of volume, 3.6 million in the float, 2.2 have traded already. So a lot of volume for NRBO. Grin. Now this was a gap down, but the volume was really low. Let's see if the volume has picked up. GRIN. The volume's starting to pick up a little bit here. And again, I don't see any specific reason for it. I mean, it had earnings on the 16th, but anyway, I don't see any specific reason. Pretty big though, guys. I mean, look at this. It's down through the 200-day moving average, also 22.93. So it is down through the 200-day moving average for GRIN, GRIN. YMM, another small one, is an earnings play. YMM is an earnings play. China stock is gapped up a bit here. Actually up quite a bit. Big float, 912 million in the float. Not very much volume. Autodesk, ADSK is a pretty big gap down, I think, on earnings. ADSK, yeah, down 8% on earnings through the 200-day moving average. So for those of you who like playing the more expensive stocks, pretty significant through the 200-day moving average. And the next low looking left looks like that's about 189.35. So not that far away. So again, for those of you who don't mind playing more expensive stocks, I would probably be watching Autodesk, ADSK. PAGS, PAGS, another earnings play. Gapping down on earnings, PAGS. This is getting close to an all-time low, also 2.2%. So yeah, this is getting close to an all-time low for PAGS. Let's take a look at some of the other earnings plays that I may not have. So there's an earnings play. Anything that says 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play today. Didn't talk about Tiger, TIGR. TIGR is an earnings play. China FinTech. Doubt if it's going to be that active though. And then yeah, John Deere. John Deere is also way outside the price range I trade, but against some of you, this looks like it is almost an all-time low. Sorry, an all-time high. Pre-market, it got up to 450, approximately 450. So there's John Deere, DE. On the downside, let's see, I've talked about PAGS, PAGS, and there's Autodesk, ADSK, there's JWN, Nordstrom's. Let's see if there's any other one that's in here. I think those are the only 3 earnings plays in the pre-market that are meeting my filter requirements on the upside or the downside. Yeah, this thing was COSM. Now, it's been a long time since I've tried to trade anything under $1 at Interactive Brokers, and I don't trade pink sheet stocks, but this is not, according to us anyway. This is not a pink sheet stock. Yeah, I'm surprised it's not. You can't even trade it. You can see how you can't short it, but I'm surprised you can't even trade it on the long side. Now, it might be. I mean, I'm looking at that float. So when you multiply that float by the price, I mean, yeah, this is a true micro cap. So maybe they've got a minimum market cap that you can trade. So it's not so much the price. For instance, if this had, I don't know, 100 million shares outstanding in the float. So I don't know if it's the price or the fact that it's, such a low market cap. Emma Michelle, good morning. I don't recognize you, so if you're new to the room, welcome. Guys, I'm keeping an eye on the ONON today. I really want to see if this held nicely yesterday, got over 18. This is the Goldman price target of 28 they put on a couple of days ago. So I'm keeping an eye on this one. No volume yet, of course, but I am keeping an eye on it. You know what? I didn't realize this is a Swiss stock. Yeah, interesting. Yep, NRBO is on the move. Low float, 3.6 million. We already talked about this one. NRBO on the move. I don't see any reason for it yet, guys. I'm trying to see if there's any. I mean, it had earnings on the 16th, but that's, it's the 23rd now, so that's a week ago. I don't see, looking to see if they're presenting anywhere. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. And again, that other Goldman stock, FDMT, you got up to 25 the day before, or a couple of days ago. And this is the one where they put a $68 price target on it. TCDA, I don't think I see TCDA. Do I see it anywhere? I don't see anywhere on my gapping list, so let's take a look. TCDA. Probably the answer is yeah. I don't look at anything under $1, but now can you trade it? There's the thing, 29 million. So it's certainly a higher market cap. Can you trade it at IB? You should test it out. I don't think it's the price. I think it's the market cap. RNA, let's take a look at RNA. Cam is talking about this one, near an all-time low. Yeah, getting close to an all-time low. no volume yet. Market is basically flat. It's starting to fade on or fade. It was up a little pop this morning, but starting to fade a bit. Okay, it is now 9:10. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything. Now, I will be surprised if there are a lot of any of either, because the big holiday tomorrow and then half a day on Friday. All right, it hasn't hit my email yet. No, okay. I'll just have to wait a little bit. Let's see if anything else. AT. Yeah, little. This is an IPO from a few days ago, about a week and a half ago. AT, China stock. Yeah, Manu. I forgot to mention Manu. So yeah, so that rumor. Well, I guess it's not a rumor. They're actually looking to try to sell. Porch. Anything happening with Porch? PRCH. Not really. This is not shortable for me. NRBO at Interactive Brokers. So there's that. Obviously, they had done some reverse splits in the past with that float. Yeah, don't see any news on it. As Zach says, probably just a room pump somewhere, or a Reddit crew has got a hold of them. Flyer from yesterday. Oh, actually, not a flyer from yet. Well, sort of a flyer from yesterday, but it really sold off. They're doing a financing something. I'm just looking to see if there's a financing on them. ONCS. Another flyer from a couple of days ago. EUDA. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on American Eagle, guys. I mean, I don't know, if it takes out the high of yesterday, 1552, it could have a run. This is an earnings spike from yesterday, so it could go on a second day continuation. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar, clicking on new, and then docked channel bar. I know I have to say this every morning. You probably have to click on something that says more when you scroll down in order to see all of these channels. I don't have to do that. I'm on a development version. But when you find the sector status, now we're going to take a look and see what's happening, pre-market. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I always like to take a look at energy. XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that every single stock that makes up XLE is below yesterday's close. Doesn't mean they're gapping huge down, but they're all below. Okay, so obviously I didn't even check the price of oil. Must be a little bit weaker. And so when you look at the other sectors, there's no, wow, even communications 50-50. The reason I say that is because this is the worst performing sector overall. So there's really no, big positive sector right now. Okay, which makes sense because the market, well, actually, the market's flat. That's why a lot of these are around 50-50. Now let's take a look at our moving averages in relation to those major sectors. So XLE still way above the 200-day moving average. XLE way above. Retail, let's take a look at retail, XRT. So it's kind of flirting with it. Yeah, so just a little bit below the 200-day moving average for retail. Consumer staples, XLP, above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, above the 200-day moving average. Go to industrials, XLI, above the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. I think XLF was right around the 200-day moving average. No, it's above it now. Okay, so it's above the 200-day moving average. There was one that's right on it. Consumer discretionary, definitely below XLY. Yeah, that's a poor sector right now. For a while, of course. Materials, XLB, above. Now, I know that XLC is going to be still way below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, way below the 200-day moving average. That's probably the worst performing sector. And then technology is going to be below, not as much as communications, though. It's starting trying to inch up a little bit. There's that 200-day. So when you look at the overall picture, 6 of the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average, and 4 are below. I think if tech ever gets above, XLK ever gets above, it'll be an interesting time. But communications definitely not where you want to be. Not long term anyway. It's got to really break out of here. Hops has been sliding. Well, if they do another financing, that's probably the 1,000th they've done. I don't see any financing for them. When you say sliding, you mean just like, oh, you mean in the last few days? Yeah, I don't see anything on them really. I don't see a financing. Just to give you an idea how many they've done, this is always a fun one to look at. Take a look at the monthly chart. You have to back this out. I don't know how far back it goes. So I can't even see it. Yeah, so oh my gosh. So I don't know if this actually started trading in 2009. I'm not sure I can even read that. Is that 2 quadrillion? No, 2 trillion. This is split adjusted, guys. They've done so many reverse splits. It looks like the high. I'm trying to count the zeros. 1, 2, 3. That gets me to 400 million, 120, 2 trillion. This is split adjusted. The high is 2 trillion, over $2 trillion. Hilarious. And that's only going back to 2009. I don't know what it was before then, if it was trading before. Anyway, that's so let's see. Mara. So Mara's having a little bit of a pop here. What does that mean for Bitcoin? Bitcoin moving higher a little bit, but it's starting to slide. I don't even. What is Bitcoin right now? BITO ETF for Bitcoin. Yeah, basically flat. So again, for those of you like playing the more expensive ones, this Autodesk ADSK, big level for it to try to hold is that 189.35. Below that, actually, it looks like two candles, two daily candles. Yeah, around 189.50-ish or so. And then the next low after that is 180. Is that right? 182? Yeah, so I mean, this is if this takes out 189, if you're into playing the more expensive stocks, for Autodesk ADSK, if it takes out 189.50 or so, then the next low is down at 182. Oh my gosh, yeah, no kidding. ARRK. I haven't looked at this one for a long time. Of course, ARKK. Can't even remember anymore. Yeah. Hey, Bill James, can I extend that to Canada too? Is that okay? I'm, I'm just pulling your leg, of course. Pali, Pali, did they do a financing maybe? No, I don't see a financing yet for Pali. Well, not getting anything new. My gap up and gap downs. I mean, normally, this is all text to speech. Normally, they're firing off at a pretty decent rate, so you can just kind of tell possibly what sort of a day this is going to be, of course. But we always seem to be able to find something, especially the low floaters that might just do something crazy today. Now you were talking about the grind GRND. Let's take a look at GRND. Yeah, this actually gave me a nice quick trade yesterday. I mean, craziness getting up to 25.88 yesterday and basically cut in half, closed like way down here. And I guess I'll just keep an eye on the DLO to see if it does anything a little bit strange today. DLO, so the high yesterday was actually it was a lot. Oh, I didn't realize it was 1436, so it's quite a bit of ways from that. I guess in that sentence, William, the operative word is had, who had a hot year. Yeah, the past does not necessarily predict the future. Okay, so Manu actually did make a new high. Manu did make a new high right here. Manu fans want more to say, more say under any new owners. Sure, as long as you put some money into it. Who was that analyst a few years ago? It was another. There was another female a few years ago who was on fire, making great calls. One of the investment. Might it start with the letter M? Wasn't quite like Kathy Wood, but somebody else. It was somebody who was always in the news and making these more about the market, I think, in general, rather than specific stocks. Maybe 5, 6 years ago. Amazon dumping. I'm still, well, dumping. It's now 15 cents. Ah, but I see what you're saying. Okay, from 90, yeah. It looks a lot worse when you expand the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I read yesterday that Alexa has just cost them a fortune. No, no, no. It was a woman. It was a woman. At least probably 5, 6 years ago. All over, really seemed to be spot on, and she was the darling of the investment crowd. I think she worked. She might have worked for. Didn't work for Goldman, but I think for one of the big investment banks. I think somebody's going to know. But definitely it was a woman. Not to pick on women, just happens to be. She was definitely spot on a lot of her calls, but it was more about the overall market. Elaine Myers, I don't. Serena Williams. Okay, we're going off the rails right now, guys. Wasn't Dana Tesley? No. Okay, 1 minute to the open, guys. Well, to this truncated week. Let's have a great trading day. I'm going to get rid of this right here. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I broke my rule. Was it yesterday? I guess it was yesterday when I took that trade in the first 15 when it broke the pre-market high. But typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And if I were you, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. No matter we're talking with somebody 5 or 6 years ago. Anyway, market is opening in 5 seconds from now. Race is beginning. Well, now normally I'm getting some alerts by now and I'm getting nothing. Okay, here's one. Manu. Okay, so Manu just made a new high, not a pre-market high, of course, but ONON guys on the move a little bit here. ONON on the move a little bit. How's AEO doing? AEO. Let me take a look at AEO. See if it's well, no, it's not looking like it wants to have a continuation today anyway, but it's early. Yeah, Hewlett Packard. I forgot to mention this one. This is an earnings play. Really wasn't that active in the pre-market, but they're cutting a lot of jobs. I think 10,000 jobs or something like that. Well, I shouldn't say the number, but I know they're looking to pare a lot of their staff. Was Dell on earnings play today, or was it yesterday after hours? I think it was after hours. No, I'm sorry. That was there. That was a few days ago, a couple of days ago. So there's Dell and Hewlett Packard. Dell's not that bad actually. They had a decent reaction to earnings, whereas HPQ not as good, obviously. But not terrible. It's down 3%. So you've been talking about Boyle, Zach. Okay, there's the NRBO guy. So the NRBO, look at the volume coming in. Wow, look at that volume, 4.8 million. And yeah, I don't see any news on it. Zero news. It might be just one of these groups that got a hold of it. 3.66 million in the float. High short float percent, 32%. So it's probably one of these ones that some group has targeted and said, come on, boys, let's do it. So, I mean, this is just ripping here now. All right, let's back out this daily chart and just see what sort of nearby resistance there is. So 193 looks like the next high looking left. PAGS, guys, PAGS just made a new low. It's an earnings play, PAGS. Almost an all-time low, almost. This is coming from my 10-day daily breakdown, PAGS. Looking at the spread right now, 985, 991, 985, 981. Okay, guys, so it's not so much a rule break, but I mean, it's almost at a lifetime low. So these are the ones that I'm interested in. Get that spread tightened up a little bit for PAGS. Okay, come on, a little bit more. I was lucky, well, no, I shouldn't say lucky, but the uptick rule did not nail me. Don't like that spread though, but we'll see what happens here. Again, I only took it because it's almost a lifetime low. And when I see one of these things in my 10-day daily breakdown, it's a lifetime low and it has news. And the news, of course, is earnings. I will take those trades earlier, but we'll see what happens here. So I'm in at 980, so we'll see what happens. Gosh, 983, sorry, 983. Son of a. I was going to get rid of some right around 69, but because I still have this little phobia, but taking, even though it's a 10-day daily breakdown and it's basically an all-time low, a little bit of the phobia of taking things in that first 15, but okay, here we go. Mm. Okay, guys, I'm just looking maybe one more leg down, maybe for the PAGS, PAGS. Yeah, okay. I just covered some at 64. Okay, I want to make sure I get some decent profit out of this. Again, if this were later on, I'd be more inclined to hold, but I'm still a little, because of this being in the first 15 minutes. How do you use the simulated trading default? So Scott, first of all, you're not using our web-based version, are you? To make sure you're, okay, good. All right, so do you have the Brokerage Plus window loaded, up and running? Okay, so all you do is just click on Sim. If you click on Sim, it'll say that not connected will change to account. And then once it says account, then click on it and then click on simulated trading default. And now you're in the simulator. Now you can do anything you want. Well, anything you want. You can trade, okay? Just click on an alert. Oops. Click on an alert, a symbol. Symbol loads. Here's a share box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. The bid ask is only, close. You can go in at the market. And then once you decide, you click the buy button and then the send. Okay, so why don't you try one just to make sure mechanically you're able to do it. All right, guys, so that's why I'm so glad. So I basically got out of the last bit kind of flat, but I was able to take most of, well, about 2/3. I don't normally talk about that, but 2/3 of it are around that 964 mark from 983. But it's why I don't, even though that was basically an all-time low, it's just that stocks can get so whippy in the first 15 minutes. It went from 958 all the way back up to 990. Now it's coming back down again, but I'm out of it. So Scott, did that work? Okay, good. Whoa, look at that SPY move. Holy smokes. That's a giant, giant candle, guys. A ginormous candle. Look at that candle. Well, everything's positive now. I mean, the Dow's basically, the SPY is basically flat, but holy smokes, look at that candle. Only because it was making an all-time low, Notepad. I mean, that's the only time I break my rule. In the first 15 minutes, if a stock is basically making an all-time low and it's has news, I mean, it still may go down later, but I'm going to stick an alert down here, 962. Yeah, Porch. I picked on Porch, PRCH. That is a runner. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. Just checking my headlines here. Two other penny stocks. Insiders are aggressively buying. Okay. Okay, so here's some news. CEO acquired 256,000. So it's not how many shares. So they spent about 400,000 insiders buying those shares at 159. Okay, so that's probably the reason for the porch pop. Don't ever trade in consolidation, Daniel. Wait for the move. Yeah, seriously. You get chopped out of your account like nothing. Trying to anticipate either a move up or down. Just set price alerts above or below the consolidation area, and then just forget about it. Okay, so first of all, Notepad, I did not know. Okay, you have to understand, I did not know 100%. But with Pally, and again, this was a bit of a rule breaker for me. Talking about yesterday's trade, so let's take a look at it. So it was hugely active in the pre-market, hugely active, and it was a low float, and I can't remember how many shares it was trading, but it was it was a huge float, or sorry, low float, lots of shares. I think it had some news also. Okay, so it had some news. So all I did was I said, you know what? I will break a rule if it takes out the pre-market high. So if you look at there's the pre-market high was right here at 318. Okay, that was the pre-market high. Notice that it did get down to 276 and then it shot through it. And then I said, you know what, just take it. But I don't typically do that. But it was because of the immense volume. I think it had some news and it took out the pre-market high very quickly. Did I know it was going to go from here all the way up here? Of course not. No, there's no certainty in any of this, but it had been identified already in the pre-market as something to watch. Hmm. My goodness, look at Manu right now, MANU right now. So Shady, did you keep any or did you turf it at the end of the day? That was a nice call at the end. No. Disney to Apple? No way. That's the chatter? That would be hard to believe, wouldn't it? Look at the spy. No kidding. Talk about, yeah. Explode is right. I mean, that first green bar, we thought, okay, But look at the second one now. There's a huge topping tail. So, the sellers are knocking it down, but still. Yeah, DLO, guys. You mentioned I was talking about this one in the pre-market. I thought it was closer to yesterday's high. It wasn't really, but it is, yeah, it's moving. DLO moving. PSNI, or sorry, PSNY. I don't know if this is shortable for me, but it is after a tremendous run. It is shortable too for me at Interactive Brokers. So this is, just probably some profit taking finally. I mean, this has had a tremendous run, PSNY. Had earnings on the 11th. That kind of jump started a little bit. And then as Zach pointed out yesterday, I think they had 50,000 order or something like that. 5,000 or 50,000, I can't remember. 50,000, thank you. Or cars a year, not an order, but yeah. I think I've seen one of them. I think I saw one in one of our local malls. I think they had it on display. It was pretty cool. I think. Not cheap. I think PAGS is being dragged up a little bit by the market too, guys. That's why I didn't hop back in. Almost decided to take that short again, but even though it should not really care what the market's doing. Obviously, the earnings reaction is not good. Okay, let's take a look at what Daniel is talking about for Autodesk, ADSK, and the 60-minute candle. Now, I don't have 60 minutes up, but Maxar, MAXR on some news, MAXR. Obviously not good news. No, but let me bring up a 60-minute candle just for fun to see what you're talking about. ADSK. Okay, so let's see, take a look at what you're talking about. So here's a 60-minute candle. So that's the pre-market. So you're talking trading the pre-market. So that's the 8 o'clock candle. That's a 9 o'clock candle, but it's still val. So when are you talking about like trading it? So literally at the open, the very first trade, the very first print, you're taking that short. Okay. Yeah, that's something I'd really have to be convinced to do it. But hey, listen, if it's working for you, great. Well, there's a difference between trading right, like literally at 9:30 plus 1 second and waiting 5 minutes. There is a difference. But anyway, listen, if it's working for you, great. Okay, guys, so this is a bit of a continuation of earnings. VIPS had earnings yesterday. VIPS, China stock, had earnings yesterday. And a little continuation. The high yesterday was 967, so it's at that high. Speaking of which, let's take a look at American Eagle. Is it popping with this market? And the answer is yes. So this is getting close to yesterday's high, 1546. In fact, it probably got there. 15 actually got a. If it takes out that 1546 again, this could have a little second day continuation off earnings, especially if the market continues to do this. Oh, we thought that first 15-minute candle was a giant one. Look at this second one. Holy smokes. The oil was down, and let's take a look at the trade of the week. I mean, this is the problem sometimes with, yeah, so what was the trigger, 25? So you could have made money yesterday if you'd taken it at the 25. Not much, but it's just too tied into the price of oil and what the overall sector is doing. So, boy, I'm waiting to see if this candle can hold. We've got another 7 minutes for this 15-minute candle. Little less than 7 minutes, a little more, well, 7 minutes and 10 seconds for this candle. I mean, that'd be amazing if we start off the day with two giant green candles. And we have some halts. I missed them. Perf was halted, halt resumed. Oh god, man, it got halted at 664. Tempo, TMPO got halted, TMPO, but this one is on the way down. So this looks like, is this an uplisting? Or this is the, oh, okay, so this was a SPAC, guys, that is now trading as a TMPO. Okay, so it was ACE-V before, okay, and it's now trading as, not good though, not great, as TMPO now, after they've done their acquisition. I guess it helps. Let's see, what do they do? Tempo Automation. So what is it? An EV company? It's a leading software accelerated electronics manufacturer. Okay, let's see. Okay. ONON, guys. ONON. ONON. You, any news? I don't know if it's just moving with the market. I don't see any specific news on it, but it's probably just moving with the market. It's mirroring it. Look at that first 15-minute candle, the second one. But I don't know. I just don't see any specific news for it. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just looking at a few things here. Did Porch hold? PRCH, did it hold? Sort of. I'm just really interested to see how well this second 15-minute candle in the SPY holds its highs. See if I don't want to see a big sell-off. You know what I lost sight of was the PSNY. I was talking about this just 30, probably 30 cents ago, maybe even 50 cents ago, as maybe something, finally some profit taking happening. And yes, all right, so Riven, I mean, it looks like it's just kind of following the market. I don't see any specific news on Riven. Riven, the next high looking left is 30.15. So if Riven can get through 30.15, now you start looking left. What do you see? 32.69. So I'm going to stick an alert there. If the market continues to be moving in the way it is, you know, if it takes that price right there, that could get Riven really starting to move. It would have another $2.50 or so before the next high. I guess Bitcoin must be active this morning. I'm seeing Riot. It's not up that much. Okay. Well, actually, it's up 4%. How's Tiger doing? TIGR, it was an earnings play. I kind of dismissed it. Let's take a look to see if my dismissal was correct. No, not really. Okay, but coming into some resistance, probably around that $5 mark. So this is shortable for me. Tons of shares available, of course. 19, huge rate though, 19%. Interesting. Not a huge rate, but a pretty big rate. Well, let's see what happens at 5 for Tiger, TIGR. I think this was a SPAC, guys, not was it a SPAC or an IPO? I can't really remember anymore, but anyway, NSNAL. See if I can find if it was a SPAC. Yeah, I can't see. Was it an IPO? Thank you, Div. Okay, so it was an IPO. Yeah, look at GSUN, big pop in the pre-market. I could not find any specific news on it. GSUN, big pop in the pre-market, and now just completely giving it up. All right, MAXR, another leg down, guys. MAXR, another leg down. So this was the news after hours yesterday. EchoStar, Maxar amend the agreement for Hughes, etc. production. I don't know, maybe that's causing Maxar to well, down 11% now. Not a ton of volume. For it, yes, it's trading 8 times normal. Okay, 1 minute, please. Okay, so that second 15-minute candle didn't quite hold the highs. There was some selling, but look at this. I mean, the next one, I mean, it's now, here's going to be a battle now, guys. Look at this topping tail and a big bottoming tail on that third 15-minute candle of the SPY. So there's a battle going on now. NAM's big halt. Didn't see it on my halts resumed. Look at NAMS. That's from our YouTube room. Is it maybe the volume? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, see my volume, I have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares, so that's why it's not showing up on my halts resumes. But yeah, this is going to be the absolute insane one today. Yeah, my halts resumes has a minimum volume of 20,000 shares, so that's at 18. That's why I didn't show up. But look at the potential open. So 24, 25, it's halted at 1781. Is it a China stock? Let's do a profile. We have nothing on it. This looks like debuting as a public company. So this was a SPAC, okay? This was a SPAC, business combination. So it's starting to trade as NAMS today. So I don't know. I can't tell exactly. It doesn't look like a China company though. I'm just looking to see where they're. It doesn't look like a China company. Well, when was it halted? What time? See when this is going to open potential. Look at this though. Cops 32. Well, this held. So a big, huge bottoming tail now. So now we're over 400. I'm just intrigued to. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this projection. I mean, it may not hold, but this stock, this NAMS, is halted at 1781, projecting around 50 on the open. Oh man. But the volume is so low. How come we didn't see this one yesterday? We should always know. So I have to assign, who do I want to assign to this task? Casa or Cam, or both of you? You guys seem to be always on top of these SPACs, knowing when they are. When it is announced that they're going to be starting to trade under a new symbol the next day, that's your job to let us know, okay? Kind of like the grinder. Oh, it is from the Netherlands. Okay, thank you, Div. So actually it's from the Netherlands. So it got halted at 10:01:16. So this is obviously going to be more like a 10-minute halt. Eternal adulation. That is that's what it pays. Okay. Yeah, so the announcement's in July, but then as you know, Casa, they'll always say, okay, it has been finalized, it's been accepted, and we will start trading as this symbol tomorrow. That's when we have to know about it. I mean, it's hard, because unless you see the SPAC itself spiking the day before, you don't net. But there's got to be a SPAC website that is suggesting when these things can go public, when the merger is going to be completed, maybe an estimation of when that might happen, things like that. And then the idea then is maybe you just buy the SPAC the day before, and when it's and just don't take a lot, and just see what happens. You took 50 shares or something, just to see. Well, I'm so intrigued to see where this is going to open. NAMS. Now, my guess is that the bid ask is starting to come down. Yeah, look what's happening. Anybody who was in this one was just hoping and praying it would only be a 5-minute halt. Okay, because remember a couple of minutes ago this was up at 50. So this is the potential projection of where it could open, and if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll be at 10:11 plus 16 seconds. I'll just keep this here. I'm just intrigued to see where it is actually going to open. Again, this blue box you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, guess what? It didn't open. Okay, so now this might be a 15-minute halt. Typically, there are multiples of 5. The box is called Trade Time and Sales from Interactive Brokers, Rob. So if you have Interactive Brokers, that's what it's called. At Interactive Brokers, it's Time and Sales. I don't think it is, but well, let me take a look. I don't think it is. It doesn't, I don't think, no, it doesn't appear to be a pot stock. Oral therapies for major cardiometabolic diseases. Doesn't appear to be anything to do with cannabis. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to ask William. You hear me talk about time and sales from Interactive Brokers all the time. I mean, E-Trade must, I'm just going to use E-Trade as an example. E-Trade must have something that's very similar, right? Has to. Okay. And so that if you had NAM, so if you have NAMs up right now, you would see the halt and you would see the projection. It just doesn't show the quotes in yours. Okay, but well, that's too bad. Maybe in your order entry. In my order entry, it's the same. Look at PAGS, guys. Man, I'm glad I didn't get stubborn. PAGS is actually, well, PAGS is like moving with the market after that first 15-minute candle. Is moving more or less with the market now, PAGS. All right, this is what I got to do. I don't want to stare at this anymore. I'm just intrigued by it. It's not like I can trade it or anything. But I'm going to stick an alert at 1808 or 1802 for NAMs, just over the current price. When it does start to trade, more than likely it'll be above the halt price. So we'll see it. Yeah, AEO did not continue, so it's not moving with the market at all. So when you say Woolmaxar, does that mean Woolmaxar continues down or it had a pop? The answer is it continued down. Wow. Now, do they all work? Of course not, because here's Tempo. Okay, so Tempo was a SPAC yesterday. Okay, I don't know what the symbol was, but well, I'll tell you what it was. It was ACEV. Order to close. Oh yeah. So my premise is that okay, ACEV. We know that it's going to turn into Tempo yesterday We know it's turning into tempo. So yeah, so you take 50 shares or 100 shares or something and see what happens. Now in this particular case, it wouldn't have worked. But it's not like he would have been destroyed or anything. That's why you don't take a whole whack of shares. The other thing, though, is also who are they merging with? Is it some company? Probably want to read a little bit about the company to see if there's any kind of buzz about it. Not that I know if there's any buzz about NAMS, but obviously with Grindr, there had to be. Okay. For a while. I mean, it's got up on its day, $72, guys. Hey, give me a moment. Just ooh. All right, let's see what's happening here. So Tern, guys. I saw Tern earlier. Tern. Tern. And it is now, what's the next high looking left? Got a little room, guys. Yeah, it's got some room. 680 is the next high looking left. Now, again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's at 630 right now. It's kind of chase mode. I'd like to see it maybe base a little bit here. Spread isn't great, 623, 630. A lot of volume though. 13 million in the float, good volume. 40 times normal up to this time of the day. But the big thing is when you look left on the daily chart, what do you see? Next high is 680. So stock sitting at 630. If you can get anywhere close to 680, that'd be a nice move, 50-cent move. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that's kind of what we're on the lookout for. Taking a look left and seeing, okay, where could a stock go until it hits the next high on the daily chart? At least that's what I do. All right, guys, let's see. It's 10:20, so I'll just bear with me as I go into my little spiel for about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10 max. Okay. So first thing I want to do is welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, no market's not open tomorrow in the States, and only a half day on Friday. I will open the room. I don't know if I'll be on the mic. Okay. I don't know if I'll be on the mic, but I'll certainly open the room. Typically, don't like trading on a half day. It means you got to take trades early, and I don't necessarily want to do that. So, but I will open the room for sure. So if you click on my home page, this is what you're going to see. So we've got a great promo on right now, Friday 30, for 30% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, just go over a little bit about how much it is. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the annual premium is $2,000. The annual standard is $1,000, less the 30%, of course. So that brings the premium down to $1,400 and the annual and the standard down to $700. Then the big difference is the AI. Sort of checkered day right now. See if this menu can get going over 17. That would be probably the only one that's of interest to me. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month if you want. The standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 30% discount to the first month only. Okay, again, listen carefully. We get a lot of emails saying, hey, how come I'm being charged more that second month? Well, the discount's only good for the first month. If we allowed it every month, why would anybody take out an annual? Okay, doesn't that make sense? However, if within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription, you decide, you know what, I'd really like an annual, we will honor the 30% discount. So it gives you an opportunity to try us out without committing to an annual. And listen, you don't ever have to take out an annual. We have many of our customers just go month to month. But there's the option for you, okay? And as always, if you take out a subscription, please start off with the Let's Get Started. It's a software program, so there is a learning curve. Download an installation. There are 10 videos, short videos, taking about 30 minutes to go through them all. Your first startup and login, etc. Okay? I do a stock of the day video. I'll do it. I'm starting to do it at 3 p.m. Eastern time instead of noon Eastern, but you can sign up for it right here. It is free. Trade of the week. Unfortunately, trade of the week was an energy stock. Yesterday was okay. Today, I think it actually got stopped out. I think most of the energy stocks are tanking, a bad word, moving down. But the trade of the week is a free service and you can sign up for it. You'll get it sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Education, big education link is right here. So click on the user guide. There is that getting started section again. Now, don't get hung up on how much information there is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. What I would concentrate on though, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about stock racing. Afterwards, you can look at other things, okay? Price alerts, I think, are important also, but get these down first. And stock racing, I'm going to go over the stock racing in a bit, but we've got 4 videos, very well explained, I believe. The race startup, these are all clickable, the race configuration, etc. Okay. Here's that getting started series again. So I take a break between, I take a break 12 to 1 Eastern time. And so typically today is Wednesday. It should be Jamie in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll confirm that. So before I take my break, I'll put the link in so you can head over to YouTube between 12 and 1. No webinars this week. Those should start next week again. So you can sign up for them all here. Educational videos, a lot are here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little free service. So, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance trends, etc. Okay, it's a free service, so take advantage of it. Last, my scans. Here are my scans. They're the ones that I'm sharing. Biggest gainers from the open and large cap gainers from the open. These are the 2 races that you see. I mentioned my 10-day daily breakdown that gave us PAGs earlier. I see it's giving us MAXR now, MAXR now. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, but I have some other scans that I am sharing, okay? So, big help to the room and to me personally. If you save my link, okay, and then if you decide at some point to take out a subscription, doesn't have to be later on. It could be a month from now. It could be a year from now. it won't be the same promo code, of course, but if you do take out a subscription using my link, helps the room, keeps the room free. And yes, it does help me personally. But also, you save my link. I do change up my scans from time to time, and the education section, right here. So I think on my home page is a lot of information that all you have to do is just save my link, and then you have access to a lot of information rather than having to go to our website and trying to find everything. I think I've got most of the important stuff is on my homepage. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you the scans that I am sharing. We also have a lot of scans here. Here meaning if you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then you click on Docked Channel Bar. These are, now you may have to click on More to see all of the channels, okay? If you scroll down, you probably see something that says More. Now all I'm trying to demonstrate right now is that all of these channels, they're all theme-based. They all have layouts in them and they all have individual scans. So I'm going to click on the momentum scanner, number 1. And you can see right there, there's QURE. Now you look at this and at 10:23, this made a new high of the day. It's 10:27 right now. So I'll keep this on here. We'll see if another one happens while I'm on this channel. But if you like the idea of this scan, and in order to see what it's looking for, just right click, configure, and summary. This is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. There are a lot of screeners out there, okay, but we are a scanner. This is the idea of screening though. Here are our filters. So that kind of screens for the type of things that you're looking for. So if you want the price between 1 and 50, current volume is at least 3, which means it's trading at least 3 times normal. Minimum volume 100,000 shares. These two right here are kind of giving this the momentum aspect of it. The trade volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see right off the bat that since I've been on this channel, no stocks have met these filter requirements and have made a new high. Otherwise, we'd see it as a real-time alert. So again, a lot of screeners out there, but what we're really good at is real-time alerts. Now, this is just one example of a real-time alert, the new high of the day. So if you like this scan, all you do, the trick right now then is to take it out of the layout, take it out of this layout so it's free floating, so you can save it to your cloud. So you right click and you duplicate into free floating window. And you'll see now it's free floating. Okay. So if you like the scan exactly the way it is, you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to your cloud. Okay. But you might say, well, I like the concept, and maybe I want a different price range. So if I right click, again, click on that, right click, configure, and summary. And again, I'm just giving you an overview. I'm not trying to teach you every single aspect of Trade Ideas. All of this is in the guide. But you might look at this and go, you know what? I like the idea, but I want a different price range. So I'm going to change the price range to 10 and 100. And click on the summary, see how it is now changed. Now I can say okay. Now, one step before you save it to the cloud, right click and click on the symbol linking. And you see it'll say dock window. Click on the link to all. Okay, so click on the link to all. Sorry, click on symbol linking and click on the link to all. The reason you do that is that when it's in the dock, what it's going to do when you click on an alert, when it's in this dock window, it's only going to load in the charts in the dock window. But once you take it out of, the channel and you want to make it part of your layout, I'm assuming that when you click on an alert, you want to see it in your charts. Okay, so that's why make sure, again, symbol linking and change that to link to all. Okay, so all I'm really trying to show you is that if you go to the different channels, you might see a scan that you might want to take a look at and save to your cloud. But I warn you, do not go overboard. Do not, oh, I see there's 10 alerts windows that I like and a couple of top lists. What'll happen is you'll get overwhelmed with alerts and you'll get nothing done. You'll be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. Which gives me a nice little segue into the racing. Because if you're new to trade ideas or new to trading, especially if you're new to trading, one of the hardest things to do is focus. What am I supposed to look at? How am I supposed to know what stocks to look at? Sure, I can click on it, but what happens now? Wow, look at this market. What a move. So this is what the racing is all about. If I right click on this race, and these are the two races that I'm sharing. Of course, you can create your own race, okay? But if you're brand new, you might want to just take a look at these to start off with. And again, this is all in the guide. Click on my homepage link, click on the education section, click on the guide, and then you'll see a whole section on TI stock racing. So I'm going to open the top list. All races start from a top list. So before we had racing, the idea of using a top list was if you wanted to see the stocks that say had the biggest change from the open, okay, as long as you have it as a header, a header meaning one of the options up here, I've got relative volume, I've got change from the close, I've got change from the open, etc. So if you wanted to see the stocks that have changed the most since its first trade, I double left click, and that's going to give me a ranking. So there's PERF, 21%. I can even look left, and it's changed 32% from yesterday's close. Okay, but it's all well and good. But how am I going to use this information to trade or even track the stocks? For instance, what if PGEN at 6.7%? What if all of a sudden it starts to move? And it's now 10% from the open, 15%, 20% from the open. How would I ever know that? What if one of these stocks down here was buried down here? Dell starts to move for whatever reason. I would never know that. Okay. And that's where the racing comes in. I'm running 4-minute races. And you can see I've got 25 seconds left in this 4-minute race. And what happens is over the course of the 4-minute race, stocks move up and down, okay, sort of jockeying for position. And right now, as we speak, LYLT is up 2% since this race started. So it is leading this race. And we'll see if this remains. It's got 5 seconds, 4. See if Hook, if Hook just makes a little bit of a move. No. So LYLT won this race. Okay. And so what happens is over the course of the day, a watch list is automatically created for you. The top 10, and it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So in the number 1 position, YMM has won 2 races, PERF has won 2, etc. And so this gives you a focus, just stocks to, kind of focus on all day long. And you'll always see in this particular one, you'll always see stocks. What I should have done, sorry. Showed you what the filters I'm using. So again, if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, if a stock meets these filter requirements, in the race, you're going to see the stocks that are moving the most during the duration of the race, okay? If it meets these filter requirements. So you'll never miss a mover of stock. So obviously, hopefully this makes sense. you may not like this price range. You may, down the road, you may not like this price range. You may not like this minimum volume. You may not like, the entire aspect of this. You can create your own top list. In fact, you can create your own stocks that you want to watch. Maybe you've got a basket of 10 or 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all day long. You can do that. And then run a race based on it. And you'll see once you create a top list, right click and launch the real-time stock race. So I mean, again, these are just two races that I'm sharing with you. But of course, you can create your own based on your parameters. This race that you see on the right-hand side here, it's in essence the same. The only difference is you more than likely, well, I guarantee you will not see, I mean, very rarely will you see a huge percentage move here versus over here. Sometimes you're going to see moves of 10, 15%. Now, 2% here looks awesome. Well, pretty good. But remember, it's a cheap stock. It's only moved 4 cents. But what I've done here is I took the race. I took a top list. It's pretty similar, but what I did was I added a market cap minimum of 500 million and also a minimum float of 50 million shares. So, you're not going to see typically stocks that are moving an incredible percent. Doesn't mean though that these are bad, but you click on it. The difference in these two, this is way more volatile than this. So if you're starting out as a trader, you may want to, take a look at this first because, it's not going to be as volatile, not as whippy up and down. Not saying it's easy. Nothing is easy about trading. But again, this CNHI is driving me crazy. I have seen this from this move here from for $12, had the move, kind of a base, and now another 3 days. When I say driving me crazy, it's just that it's been so steady. It's construction machinery manufacturing segment. Okay. Edgar, good morning. Edgar Romero in our YouTube room. You're new. Welcome to the room. Okay, so the question is the app web-based or is it an app that has to be installed? So yeah, to take full advantage of the program, and as Roger is saying, races are not available on our web-based version, so it is an app that has to be installed. Okay, it's a one-time installation, but yeah, so it's an app that has to be installed. We're trying to improve the web-based version to get it, almost similar to the app, but right now races are not available, and neither is this window called Brokerage Plus, which you can use to practice trading. It's a simulator you can use to practice trading. It uses our real-time data. So if you're ever wondering, well, should I use the web base or the PC or the app? Always use the app. Okay, it's easier to use, and it has more features. When I say easier to use, you can float things around, and if you have multiple monitors, way easier. Now, again, how do you use this top 10 list? So, for instance, there's NRBO. We know NRBO won one race earlier today, okay? Click on it. See what's happening. Maybe, I mean, you hear me talk about the VWAP a lot now. There's the VWAP at 163, okay? And if you don't know what the VWAP is, I would really recommend that you go to something like Investopedia, something like that. That'll give you a very detailed explanation. I mean, it stands for volume weighted average price, where a lot of the action is at that price. So if it took that, so there's the VWAP, that purple area. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll say, okay, if it takes out the VWAP, if it goes above it, maybe I want to be interested, I want to see, and maybe I want to take the trade. So, stick a price alert just above the VWAP and see if it takes it out. And if it does, you'll be notified because of our price alerts. It'll pop up on your screen, and then you can make a determination whether or not you want to trade that. So that's how you use this watch list. Just because something hasn't won a race, maybe it's only going to win one race, today, but doesn't mean it should be discounted as not following it for the rest of the day. Look at this market, holy smokes. Let's take a look at PERF. That got halted, I think, a couple of times. Now, you could have done the same thing. Now, you might say, well, you know what? I don't mind taking this, but maybe if it pulls back to a certain level, I want to know about it. Maybe you're into moving averages. I mean, again, if you're new, you don't know what you're into. Okay, that's why you've got to practice trading. There's no right or wrong way. Okay. Some people say, oh, you must use moving averages. You must do this. You must do that. Whatever you decide is your style of trading, and you can demonstrate in the simulator for probably about 3 months that it works for you. Great. If you want to use all sorts of different moving averages, I don't use indicators. I don't use a lot of indicators, but if you can find a way to use a lot of indicators to make it worth your while, great. So here's another example. There's perf. There's the VWAP. Oh, let's just stick an alert above the VWAP and see if it takes it out. I'll put an alert at 725 and see if it takes it out. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just going down through the list of stocks that won races earlier and putting maybe price alerts at what I might consider. Well, NAM finally opened. NAM's finally open, guys. Oh my gosh. Now, wildly risky. It looks like it's going to get halted again. In fact, I would say with 100% certainty, it's going to get halted right now. Volume is still putrid, but it got halted again. Funny. What about Tesla? I don't trade Tesla, but let's take a look at Tesla. I'm just read the chart. Well, I mean, it's running with the market. Is it running on its own? It probably doesn't have any specific news to it. It's just kind of running with the market. So that's why, I always have a SPY chart, because if I'm going to get into a trade that is not what I call trading on its own, we're always looking for the alpha stocks. So stocks that have maybe news specific to it, either maybe earnings release or some specific news, so that you're not so tied into what the overall market's doing when you're in a trade. I'm not saying it's not good to take a trade that is tied to the market, but you have to be aware of what the market's doing then. Okay. So for instance, when you look at Tesla, the next high looking left is 185.19, right? 185.19. So, if the market continues, but you've got this topping tail here, is Tesla going to mirror the market? I mean, it already is. You can see. I mean, it's got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 candles in a row up, 5 candles in a row up for Tesla. So the minute this market starts to get maybe a little tired and sell off, you probably are going to see a little sell off for Tesla, as an example, because it's following the market. Now, there's no guarantee. I'm not saying Tesla can't keep moving higher, but I'm just saying you've got to be very aware of what the market's doing. Now, the other thing about this top 10 list and why, you shouldn't, just because a stock doesn't win another race all day long, what is more valuable? A stock that wins one race during the day, or how about a stock that finishes second 10 times? Now, we don't have that ability yet. Okay, so for instance, remember, it's only going to add to this list if a stock wins a race. But some of these stocks could still be moving well. They're just not winning a race. Some other stock beats it. Okay. Hmm. I hate looking at this one, but okay, here's GME, guys. Now, I saw Shady took DWAC as a short. Well, probably working, yeah, working well. Now, I noticed this morning that I mean, this is, the merger partners, the guys who control DWAC, have agreed to, what, 9 months? Oops, New York Times. Yeah, they voted an extension, I think a 9-month extension. I mean, this just keeps getting longer and longer. Okay, so Edgar, the question is, I would like to learn how to be a day trader. What is the first step? Okay, this is what I would recommend. It's not so much as day trading, but just understanding my homepage link. This is what I would do. And so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. I would go to the education section. And you have to scroll down. I should always mention that you have to, let me do this. I had a question there. Well, I don't see it. So you have to scroll down, okay? Go to the education section. Go to the user guide. And then, oops, sorry, don't go to the user guide, sorry. So when you're in the education section, scroll down, keep scrolling, and where it says back to basics. So I don't know if you've been ever traded before, really, what sort of experience you have, but I think it's really important, introduction to charts and candlestick support, resistance, etc. I mean, this applies really to all styles of trading and not just day trading. Okay, but I would say that's a great start. It's 36 videos, I believe, and so I think that is a great start for you. It's free too. You don't have to be a subscriber. That's where I would start. Okay, so there's the perf, guys, the PERF. So the perf is now just poking just a little bit above the VWAP. At least it was. Okay, so that'll get you going, Edgar. So again, I don't know if you've ever traded before or what your experience is, but I mean, that's a great primer. But then after that, I mean, one of the things about day trading is you always, one thing we're really good at is identifying stocks that are, trading abnormally. Because you always want to be in something, usually anyway, something that is trading abnormally, and that trading abnormally usually meaning volume. Okay, you don't want to be stuck in something that doesn't move. So we've got some great filters like the relative volume filter. So when I look at perf, what that 20 is telling me is trading 20 times normal up to this time of the day. Okay, so you're in, so right off the bat, using a filter like that, say with a minimum of 3, so you're at least only going to see stocks that are trading abnormally. Because if you get into a trade, you want to have the ability, or you want to see that it's somewhat liquid. You don't want to take a trade that's trading 10,000 shares today and you'll get trapped in it. Well, guys, how did that work? I don't know how much more it's going to go, but how did that work? Took out the VWAP at 728, and there's the high of the day right there, 834. The other thing, you can't find the link to my, okay, I'll just put it back in again. My homepage. Okay, there it is. O'Keel. Right underneath, there's my homepage right underneath. The other thing, and to everybody, you're going to start trading, and especially if you say, well, I want to learn how to be a day trader. Well, you better practice too. And I'm not just talking to you, Edgar, but anybody, any form of trading, really. And that's why we have this simulator here. So this window here, this big blue window, is called Brokerage Plus. And I will just put the link in. So that link that I put in called Brokerage Plus has 2 videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll see underneath Brokerage Plus, there are 2 options. One says live and one says simulation, sim. So if you had an E-Trade or IB account, Interactive Brokers account, you would click on the live. I mean, the instructions are all there in the video. And then you could actually trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to do that. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry, you can still use Trade Ideas. So we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use us. It just means you don't have that option available. And again, this is only if you're using our web-based version of Trade Ideas, this is not available. But how I like to demonstrate its use, as always, is as a simulator. So to load this window, all you have to do is click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then the window will pop up. And then it'll say not connected. Now, if you don't see that box, you just, it might be because, it shrunk down or something, okay? So if that's the case, just grab that right corner once the icon changes and just drag it, okay, until you can see everything. So you should see not connected. And so all you do is you click on the simulation. That not connected will change to account. And then click on account and then simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, no problem. It uses our real-time data. And again, super simple. Click on the alert, PERF. Well, Edgar, yeah, I mean, intraday trading is, it's a definitely a different animal. Okay. So you click on an alert, a symbol, and the symbol will show up in the box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. If you want to go in at the market, if the spread between the bid and the ask is manageable, it's okay, then you can go in at the market. Otherwise, you'll pick a price, click the buy button, and then send it. So let's just do a trade, okay? Just to show you just the mechanics of it. Now, Veru, of course, was in the news a lot. This was a COVID play. and then they got slammed. And I think the FDA said no go. And it just got absolutely slammed down. It's having a bit of a run here for whatever reason. Let me just try something here. Look at MRSN, guys, some volume coming in. Give me a moment here. Trying to find something that might be kind of fun to take in the simulator. Must be some weed news out there. Well, let's take a look at Tilray. Again, yeah, there's got to be something going on, but I still, you know what? It's got to be, MJ has to really take out it's got to take this out here. It's got to get really, I just think the cannabis industry, yes, MJ's having a bit of a pop. MJ is the ETF for the cannabis industry or sector. So there's your news. The Senate's trying to get, so thanks, Zach. So let me try to take something here. Tupperware. Tupperware has been hammered. It was hammered on earnings before. Okay, guys, I've just proved to myself that I'm the world's worst swing trader. I was bound and determined to hold ONON. You hear me talking about it this morning. I actually took some yesterday before the close at around 1820. No, not sorry, just over 18. Remember, I was talking about it yesterday. This is the Goldman upgrade, not upgrade, but price target of 26. And I just can't do it. So I got rid of my position at, what was it, 1839 from about $18. I didn't do too badly on it, but I just don't have I don't know why I don't. It's just, that, and that's one of the aspects of trading is to know who you are. I'm not a swing trader. I'm not wired that way. It's just hard for me to hold things. Okay, I want to take this. I just want to demonstrate some money management techniques here, okay? So this is the perf. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to send it. So I'm going to be in this trade. This is in the simulator. Whoa, Man U. This turned out to be a pretty nice one from the AI guys. Overall, the AI has not done well, but look at the Man U, 1694, 1755 now. I just use this I should have been paying way more attention when it broke over 17 again. I have a very, I don't mind for me, the AI is just a watch list, and the stock's under $20, I like to pay attention to. Anyway, got into this trade here in the simulator at 724. I'm going to put a stop at 704. I'll explain why. And you'll see a line on the chart that should say approximately minus $100, a big red line. Ooh, there's Riven, guys. RIVN. It's over the high of 2 days ago. So this could have, it's pretty extended, but anyway, let me get back to the perf. So you'll see it says approximately it's approximately minus 100. So when I trade, the way I trade is I'll have a checklist that every box has to be checked before I'll take a trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, again, you have to develop your own style of trading. So a lot of the things that I would normally be checking though is, is it in the price range that I like? Does it have enough volume? All those sorts of things. So a lot of things are already checked when I get an alert. And then of course, what I'm doing is I'm looking left to see, okay, because I'm more of a momentum trader. I'm looking for stocks that are probably nearer the high or the low of the day if I'm looking to short. So I'm always looking left on the daily chart. How much room does it have to keep running until it hits the next high? That's my style of trading. Isn't it to be your style of trading? So assuming I can check every box, I'll take the trade. But just because I think a trade is going to work doesn't mean it's going to work, no matter how good I think it is. And so I'll always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't think if it's not working for me. So where do I, and that's called the stop. So I put the stop here at 704. I wanted to make, just because I wanted to make the math easy. But typically the way I place my stops is I'll look at a 15-minute chart and I'll try to determine where I think there's a good support area, where there's a lot of action, where the price seems to be holding. And so if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. But that, my idea of support and another person's may be very different. So what I would do if I'm practicing for the first time, I would maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. This is why you got to practice. The reason I say that is because that's a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle was. So if you put your stop there, now the next thing though is, okay, great. I'm in a trade. I know where my stop is, where I'm going to get out. How much am I actually willing to risk on the trade though? So hopefully this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, what I demonstrate is risking $100 a trade. And again, the way I trade is I'm not varying the amount that I risk in any great, there's not a big variation. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to keep my risk amount just about the same every trade. So this is what I did in this simulator. Why I took 500 shares? Because I'm risking $100, okay? And I put the stop to make the math super simple at 704. My entry was 724. My stop was 704. That's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So hopefully that makes sense now that I would not be taking the same number of shares every trade. It's going to be based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Then I divide that into my risk amount. Now, you can create a very simple Excel spreadsheet, with your risk amount, and in which case you don't only have to input the entry and your stop, and that'll generate how many shares you should take. Okay. Is that why I risk? No, but if you're asking why I'm risking $100 in the simulator, no, it's just to make the math simple. What I'm risking on my account is, it's got nothing to do with what I'm doing in the simulator. Okay. I'm just trying to make the math easy when I'm demonstrating risk management and all that. Okay. Because the question is, it's a bear market. Is that why your risk low? Remember, I'm just demonstrating in the simulator. This is not my account. So now you're all set up. And in the simulator, really easy to obey your stop. It's just play money. You get stopped out, no problem. Okay, move on. Now here's another thing. Until you can make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade live. Okay, with real money. And how long that's going to take, a person, there's no way of knowing. It all depends on how quickly people pick things up, how much work they're willing to put into it. It's not easy. Trading is not easy. Unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to make money once you start trading, because all of a sudden emotion comes into it. You know, you have all the best intentions of the world of obeying your stop. You know, like you get into a trade, you're all excited. Maybe there's even news about you know, the stock. Maybe, you know, news is not one of my things that has to get checked. You know, if it has news, it's just a bonus for me. Maybe the room is talking about it. You know, it's very exciting, and it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price, and you say to yourself, "Wow, you know what? This is too good. This is too good. I'm going to ignore my stop." So now that $100 manageable loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 or worse before you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And I guarantee that's going to happen. Okay, no matter what I say, it's going to happen. But almost as worse, you know where I'm going with this. You're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and then you're up $200, $300, $400, and you think, so glad I didn't obey my stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is a great way to blow up your account. Okay, you've got to have good money management. You can always, you know, in the old days, it was tough, you know, to get in and out of trades because commissions were so high. I mean, we're in a, you know, some brokers are commission free. I mean, IV charges half a cent a share. It's not a big deal. So that's no reason not to get out of a trade because you don't want to, you know, you don't want the commissions to build up on you. Plus, the other thing, just consider this. You know, you get into a trade at a certain time, and maybe it is a little dependent on what the market's doing, you know, to a certain extent. Now, I'm going to get stopped out here, guys. I should be getting stopped out. There you go. See, I got stopped out. Okay, I wanted to leave it in there. So so take the manageable loss. Okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit about that though. Um, Yeah, I mean, you can always get back into the trade later on if it sets up the same way. Maybe you were a little early. Maybe the market conditions weren't exactly right. You know, you know, so many reasons why a trade doesn't work. And but maybe it sets up again, and you can always try again. You know, one of the things a couple columns that I like to have here. You may not have them, but you can always add them. There's the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Okay. So what the max P&L is telling me is that at one point in the trade, I was up $67. That was the max I could have made on the trade. Now, typically, I would never have allowed being up $67 to turn into a $100 loss. Okay. More than likely, you know, what I would have done, because my stop is the worst I want to do in a trade. But if I start to see, if I don't like the way, you know, a stock is trading, I will always get out ahead of my stop. If I just don't like maybe market condition. What if all of a sudden we got a giant red candle coming in here and I was long something? I'd probably be looking at that going, uh-oh, you know, unless it's got some fantastic news and it doesn't really care what the market's doing, I'm probably going to, you know, be very aware of what's happening in the market and maybe I get out of the trade. Okay. So I probably wouldn't in real life. More than likely, I would have probably exited at my entry if something like that was happening, or just a little bit below. I probably wouldn't have allowed. I mean, not that 67 was a big deal, but you wouldn't want to see, say, you were up $500 and then you allow it to turn into a $100 loss. So that is you know, to me, it's a great couple of, well, you know, obviously the today P&L, but to check to see, well, how good have been my exits? Now, the other one is the distance from the exit price. So right now, you're seeing right now, it's 4 cents above. But what you'd love to see is a big negative number, you know, because you say, okay, yeah, I took a loss, but look, it's even way below where I got out. So this, you know, is a bit of a gauge to let you know how good are you managing your trades. Okay, that's it, guys. In terms of my spiel, I like to do that at least once a week. You know, there's so many new traders, and I don't think they, you know, they don't understand the concept of stops. and where to place them or how to place them or what it even means, money management. And trade small when you start for sure. You know, you might want to risk $50 a trade. Okay, I'm just going to disconnect from this because it slows on this build I'm on. It just slows it down a little bit when I load charts. All right, so how did Riven do? Okay, so Riven, the reason we put that price alert, 3015 is the high, 2-day ago high. So can Riven hold 30 for a while, okay, and then get back above the high of 2 days ago, and then maybe start taking a run of the high of 3 days ago, which is 3278. You know, we always talk about the potential to fill a gap or a void or whatever term you want to use. So for instance, I mean, if I saw that the next 3 day ago high was just a little bit above the current price or 30 cents above it, I wouldn't be taking the trade because I'd be looking at that going, you know, that could stall it. So you asked that question yesterday, and Brian, I sort of answered you, but maybe you were gone. So I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to break up DJI. Okay. So what exactly are you talking about? You want to see the full candle patterns? I don't exactly know what you're talking about. I see a daily chart. I see a 15-minute for DJI. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the same thing? So Brian, can you hear me? Because I did answer you yesterday, but I did. Okay. Watch for a few minutes and then you'll just see dashes. Okay. Well, why don't I bring up a five? Well, okay, I'll keep. Well, I'm not going to see anything on the daily chart change. So what time frame are you talking about? Yes, Edgar. This room is like this between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. Obviously, the market's closed tomorrow and half a day on Friday, but typically on a typical week, I'm here 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. I don't get live on the mic until 9, but I do. Now, there are two rooms, Edgar, okay? That's sometimes confusing to people. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine, but we do have another room, and they hear me and see my screen virtually the same way, but there's just a lot more interaction among traders. So that is the. Give me a moment. Give me one moment, please. I'm trying to follow this DJI on a 2-minute chart. I want to see what the 2-minute looks like. Just needs another 20 seconds to close. And if that is what is happening, Larry, not Larry, but who asked the question? Brian, I will not have an answer for that, but let's just see what happens here. Okay, so here is the 2 minute. So did you mean to say I'm not seeing an issue, Pepe? Because I'm looking here in a 2 minute chart. There's the candle forming. I mean, listen, sometimes, I mean, if there's no big range, it might look like a dash, I guess, but I'm just looking here and there it is. If there's no big range in this, maybe you got it shrunk down so much. I don't know. Seems to be okay, Brian. So Pepe, you meant to say I'm not seeing an issue, right? Yeah, I don't see anything. I'm seeing a 2 minute chart right there. I don't see any issue, Brian. Certainly not a dash. Well, he did say dollar GJI, but DJI, I didn't even try that. I don't know what it looks like. Well, there's nothing though. So I think he's saying, no, he's typing in, but I think what he's saying is that trying to say that the next candle that would form would be a dash, but I don't see that. I just don't see that. Here's the 2 minute. I just don't see that. But we are, Brian. We're watching it change time frames. We are. There was the previous 2 minute. Here's the current 2 minute, just as an example. The range is very small. Oh, okay, Roger. I'm just seeing your question now. Is it possible to use a sim also with historical data? Well, not the sim, no. But I mean, you can replay a race. There is the replay version function for a race, which will run through the race in 6.5 minutes. Basically 1 minute per hour that the market's open. When does the Friday 30 expire? Let me see. Let me just put this in here. Give me a moment. Okay, so there is and this is going to give you a countdown. Okay, so 4 days, 15 hours, 38 minutes, 6 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I have no answer for you on that one, Brian, then. I mean, I thought you meant dashes, like a little dashes were forming, but that's certainly not the case. Depending how, you make the chart, you can stretch, zoom out, but it's certainly not the case. All right, what time is it? 11:22. So let's see. Boy, what a strong market. Whoa, what a bounce from Maxar. Holy smokes, look at that. I don't know if you guys were probably talking about it, but look at that bounce. Wow. That did not show up on your scan, Zach. I'm surprised. Obviously, some filters weren't met, but at least it didn't show up in mine. What a bounce. Probably couldn't have got this one, right? William will tell me. And that's the TNP. Hmm. All right, guys, I see that SI is in the TI, AI. And this is sort of interesting because when you look left, the next high is 29. Now, what is crypto doing right now? Let's take a look at BITO because this is crypto related. Not much. Well, on any day, anytime anything looks like a chase, might want to just maybe try to play some pullbacks. Major. I mean, I'm not a big pullback player, but one of the things that the races do, look at Perf as an example. I mean, did it work out unbelievably well? Nah, it was okay, but it pulled back to the VWAP, right? And it popped from the VWAP up to 775. So I would call that, you could do that any day. That doesn't necessarily mean you know, and because every day there are things that you look like you're probably going to look at and think you're chasing, but you know, maybe you want to just try to play some pullbacks to certain levels, to VWAPs or moving averages that you like. Yeah, yeah, and understand that on some days nothing is really going to work well. You know, it just depends on the market. But that's what I would do if you think you're always, you know, chasing things, and, you know, put price alerts at certain areas, either a moving average or the VWAP, areas that could be important. And then when you get the alert, you'll be able to take a look at it, see what the maybe overall market's doing. Is it still worthwhile? You know, all sorts of things. But that is also the good thing about this, the racing. It's not just looking at stocks making new highs for the day. Okay, a stock could win a race, like BVS as an example. Well, in this case, it did, but BVS could have been down here and then was scooting higher. Okay, so this is actually, you know, something you can really pay attention to, you know, by clicking on the various alerts and saying, you know, here's turn as an example. You know, if it took out this, you know, the sixth level again, maybe you want to know about it. You know, I mean, it's maybe not a great example, but you know, you might like Man U, but you say, do I want to chase it right now? I mean, that's just not, I wouldn't call this a total chase because it's kind of rested in this area for almost 30 minutes. But you might say, you know what? But if it pulls back to the VWAP, I want to know about it. There's the VWAP at 1711. Let's see if it pulls back. And listen, there's all sorts of strategies that you can use on pullbacks. I'm not just talking to you, Major, but anybody. And I'm not a huge pullback player, but you know, it pulls back to a certain moving average that when you practice trading and you're noticing, man, pulls back to the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. It seems that that is a really important level. And if it holds it and bounces off that, I'll take the trade. If it breaks down through it, maybe I short it. Same thing with the VWAP, things like that. But that's why you got to practice. People have got to practice. Now, again, I'm not just singling you out. What do you get comfortable with? One moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, I'm kind of watching the SI just to see if it gets back over 27 again. But here's another one. You know, you might say, well, what? I don't want to take it now, but if it pulls back to the VWAP, I want to know about it. maybe that VWAP holds and it bounces off and moves higher. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:31. So I'm just going to confirm that it's going to be Jamie in the YouTube room in about half an hour. Yeah, something's going on in your system then, Brian, because yeah, anything under 100 is acceptable. Yeah, so David, yeah, we stopped the 3:30 to 4:30 with Chris Monday to Friday. Not on vacation, no, he's here. Just wasn't well attended. It's that simple, David. So it wasn't, to be brutally frank, it just wasn't worth his time to spend an hour in the room talking to just a couple of people. And so he is such a busy guy. He's got all sorts of things that he has to do. So it just wasn't worth his time. Okay, let's see. I'm not getting too many new alerts here. So wow, look at the perf, guys. Now remember, I got stopped out in the simulator and it's popped right back up. Could have taken the trade again at the similar price, for the second time. Definitely would have worked well. What is Manu here in terms of resistance? It looks like the next high is way up here at 1980. Well, you can get Chris Mondays between 12 and 1, but yeah, the 3:30 to 4:30, it just, again, to be brutally frank, it just wasn't worth his while to do it. He's got so much to do. At Trade Ideas, it was just draining him. Well, if Pepe is confirming it, then I have no explanation. Brian, the only thing I can say is send a screenshot or something. And let's see. because to be honest, that's the first time I've ever had the DJI up. It's the first time I've ever even looked at it. If you go to the home page, just a minute, just gotta find it. There we go. Go to the home page and say, hey, listen, how come this is happening? Maybe with a screenshot, and maybe somebody in development might take a look at it and just try to figure out what's going on. Okay. Because I have zero explanation about why that would be happening. Well, this is a little interesting. Swim, guys, holding the VWAP, 325 is the VWAP, moving off it, and the next high looking left is 383. I mean, there is some room. So I see this one showed up on your topping tail scan, Zach, ARRIY. It has not too far away from the alert price, 22.53, not too far away. And let's just see where it could be stumbling at. Yeah, I see two highs. Yeah, I see two highs actually right there at I think this day, and then another one a little higher. So this could be the area in which it could start to fall. And that's the ARRY. Again, world's worst swing trader. ON. Look at this. You know what's worked out well today, I haven't paid enough attention to it, is, my 10-day daily breakouts. Look at the Manu, M-A-N-U, M-A-N-U, 1693. This looks like probably the same time that the AI had it. And the AI had it a little bit later, about the same price. 1693, obviously it got higher than that, up to almost $1. Turn 630, what did it do? Yeah, not much, but QURE, certainly 2480, 2521 now. And what you're seeing here, where it says DR, that means don't repeat. So what happens here is that I see the first time had an alert for the symbol and the time and the price. So I can here you'll see it over and over again if it keeps making a new high. So there's Manu, over and over and over again as it kept making a new high. But here's the first alert for it. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? And the same thing on the downside, 1016 for the Maxer, MAXR, 2213, got down to 20. So there was about $1 move before it had a big pop. And well, we talked about the PAGs early, PAGs 997 got down to 951. Nothing spectacular, but on a day like today where the market was doing this, should have paid more attention to the 10-day daily breakouts. Mr. Stratton, good morning. Give me a moment. Oh, I don't know how everybody else did. There's too many traders. I'm sure some trades worked, some trades didn't work. I did not trade Disney nor Tesla. I rarely do. So this was the rumor yesterday, right, Zach, regarding MRTX? MRTX takeover rumor. Well, I think it moved with the market. Somebody was asking me about Tesla earlier, and it just moved with the market. It started to fall with the market a little bit, but it just moved with the market. I couldn't see any specific reason for Tesla moving other than, most of these stocks that follow the market were moving with the market. Now, Disney, somebody, there's some rumor that, but it moved with the market too. I mean, so many stocks are going to look like this. Oh man, you're making me watch this. Okay, I'm going to take a look at Ape first. Okay, thank you. Not moving. AMC. Yeah, pretty ragged though. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, volume is. I guess Avatar is. All right. Yeah, that was pretty surprise announcement on Sunday night, wasn't it, regarding Iger and getting rid of the in with the new, out with the new, and in back with the old. Ah, I think all right. Do I take it again? ONON. I have to almost take this off. I'm such an idiot for not holding this. Ah, there you are, Edgar. Well, you were in a live trading room before. It's just slightly different in that there's a lot more interaction with traders here. Ah, 11:45. So okay. So yes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. I'll take my break between 12 and 1. So you guys can head over to YouTube between 12 and 1 if you want to listen to Jamie. Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus, okay, and he has an E-Trade account. I think he is still using his E-Trade account, though I think he's might be using another account now. But anyway, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus. So if you have more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, Jamie is your man. He'll be over in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. Okay, guys, next time, next time Goldman puts another, fairly lofty price target on something, we've all got to take it. It's two in a row that have worked out really well. And it wasn't so much on the day of. I think this was the day that they came out, the next day, nothing, but yesterday and today. Interesting too, because it's a Swiss stock. Sports products. Maybe shoes is one of it, but yeah, sports products through independent retailers, global distributors, online presence, its own high-end stores. So it says it's sports products. Yeah, the market's starting to give it up a little bit here, guys, after that stupendous first almost 2 hours, hour and a half anyway. Well, yeah, the afternoon will be slow depending on what you're trading. I mean, you're trading the, large cap stocks that probably trade more with the market. Absolutely. However, we can usually still find some crazy little one. So what did NAMS do? Went from 10 to 33. Why not? If Manu breaks out of here, let's see, 1774 is the high. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it takes it out at some point. And if it does, that could get traders interested again in it. Well, disappointed. I actually was going to take this trade, the SI, but yeah, not. It's sort of following the not sort of. It's following the market. So so you're saying Mara and the other ones are moving higher? No, I see. I thought you meant they were moving higher. So what's Bitcoin doing? BITO? Yeah, it's starting to drop underneath 10. This Okay, Stratton, you're hired. Ooh, what's this one going to do? LYLT. LYLT. Let's see. Looking left, 240. So it might be too much resistance. The last halt that I got is 1144 for NAMS. Right there at 2050. And that's right. Yeah. So 1144. So if it is, so it's, this has not been the 5-minute halts. There's a 10-minute halt right there. Earlier, it was even longer. And it wasn't even a multiple of 5. But so obviously, this is not going to be a 5-minute halt. It could be the 10-minute halt. So it could be 1154 plus 7 seconds. No, well, this one's coming back, guys. This tempo, TMPO is coming back. So this is now how much volume? Not very much volume. So, I mean, this is the SPAC. It didn't look good at the beginning. Turned in, the SPAC, SPAC, look it up, and turned into tempo today, TMPO pre-market. And now this just got halted, yes, at 1216. So this could go a little crazy. I mean, it did get, I guess did it get halted on the way down? I guess it got halted on the way down too. Certainly, it used to be at least 90 to 95% of the time they were 5-minute halts. But yeah, now there's no way to, I would still say that's probably 90 to 95% of the time, but maybe on these ones, where they're obviously, I mean, especially as a SPAC, maybe they're saying, you know what, let's have a bigger timeout. I don't know. Yeah, well, that was a 10-minute halt to the second. 11:54:07, 10:50, sorry, 11:54:07, 11:55:07. So at least the multiple was still there, and it was right to the second. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. This will confuse the heck out of Edgar. So I take a break at noon, you see, between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Jamie. As I say, he's a little more of a swing trader than I am, but he also is a big user of Brokerage Plus, so you can ask some questions about that if you want. There's a YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Yeah, I'll open the room. I don't know what I'm going to do. I may not get on the mic. Question was, am I going to open the room on Friday? I'll open the room for sure, but I don't know if I'll get on the mic at all. I don't like trading on half days because I don't like trading that much in the first at the beginning. So things are. We'll see. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Whoa, this is a gigantic, they're wiping everything out. Now we've got the gigantic red bar. What a market. A quick look at the, before Jamie gets in here, I'm going to click on my change from the open to see if there's any dramatic change here. Nothing dramatic. I mean, energy, we looked at this 10 minutes before the open, so every single energy stock that makes up XLE was down from yesterday's close. Um, some have rallied from the open. A third of them have rallied from the open. Communications has actually been pretty good. I think it was about 80% from the close yesterday up. 71% are still above their open. Tech, 70%. So, there are some sectors, but Staples has taken a hit. I don't mean the company, but consumer staples. And retail has taken a hit. So actually, funny, I mean, communications and tech are the two best performing sectors right now when we look at the change from the open. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. So what I'm going to do right now is just put my announcement in. So I'll be on a break. And I'm back around 1 p.m. ET. And Tempo just opened, TMP opened. And so that actually did not break out. 1216. Looks like it's going to could get halted again on the way down. Anyway, it's just more entertainment purposes right now. Look at this. Look at this giant red candle. Giant red candle. SPY is basically flat now. NAS is still up, and that's why when we looked at the technology sector, XLK and XLC to a certain extent, that's why stocks were above their opens because NAS is still up, but Dow is starting to drift down somewhat. And there is my friend Jamie. He just showed up in the room and he's just taken over the screen. Right, Jamie?
Sorry there, I was muted, Barry. Hello.
You were muted. You were
Yeah.
muted. You were probably talking, saying yes, yes, yes. Now, can you go to what first? I always like to get this out of the way. Can you go to 1 o'clock or do you have to leave
No,
earlier?
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I would have been in here sooner, but I've had to deal with a renegade squirrel trying to cramp my lifestyle here. It broke into my house.
No way.
Well, it almost did. But he's turned out.
Jamie, just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute the main room. I'm talking to Jamie in the YouTube room. You guys are wondering what we're talking about, a renegade squirrel. So anyway, I'm going to mute the main room now. I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. All right, renegade squirrel story. What's up?
There's some squirrels. Some out there. There's a brick askew on my exterior, and somehow it got into my infrastructure.
Oh,
So anyway, not to Anyway, it just caused me a lot of anguish this morning. Anyway,
I'll bet.
hopefully we'll get it remedied.
Do you have a
Okay,
cat or anything? Do you have a cat or any
I do
other
have a cat.
pets?
I do have
And
a
was your
cat.
cat going crazy?
No, he's old. He's just
Oh,
like
okay.
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's laid back like you.
Well, the squirrel actually didn't make it in, but it punched a hole in my interior drywall.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It probably smelled the cat and said, "Okay, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
go
I'm
any
out of here.
further."
Okay.
Okay, my
All right, Jamie. Well,
screen.
I'll leave you with the big SPY downturn, and you can have fun with that.
Oh yeah.
What a candle.
Yes. That little 10-minute period there and then 15-minute period with that wick. Okay, my
Yeah.
friend, we'll see you back here in about an hour, Barry.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Jamie. Bye bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. And yes, we just had the SPY released out of this little range from the top here. A little bit of volume kicking, 5-minute volume is about 10% above normal. Would expect this just to stop and kind of grind back up. Of course, anything's possible. I just don't think on the day before Thanksgiving we're going to get a huge break out of this range one way or the other. Okay, let me make an adjustment here. And always forget to get my pen. But yeah, even on a day like today, the races have produced some decent winners pretty consistently. And just seeing if there's any questions yet. All right, no questions currently, but just remember if you have one, this is what the hour is allocated for. Um, so there we have it. You can see not a whole lot of stuff coming through my favorite tickers. Of course, Ape on its death march, all-time lows. Sub $1 is not too far away at these current levels. And notice where it says next higher low, it's just blank. And I think most of you know why that is the case, but here's the daily and we look left and these are trades that myself and Barry like to hit. Of course, Ape is not shortable, not where I'm trading anyway. Let's see, what was the one I was in yesterday? This is one I was in yesterday, this OTLY, as it broke here to all-time lows. But boy, these things are also notorious for putting in some fierce bounces. And we can see yesterday, if we crunch it up here and look at yesterday, here's Jamie getting short through this break around a buck 63. Actually, I didn't get the precise number there. 163, we're down here at 160 with some size. Things are looking great. And then whoosh. Fortunately, I got out of most of it profitable, but boy, when they bounce them like that, it's pretty ferocious. Okay, well, questions panel is blank. We'll just take this opportunity to go over a couple of the race trades that I hit today. Once again, just my good old standby races: positive change from open, change in 1 minute, and the Dawn of the Dead, which always produces a good one or two, at least on a weekly basis, not every day necessarily, but some interesting ones coming out of Dawn of the Dead. I have to give Andy Lindloff credit for creating that top list, but it's a great race to watch if you're looking for any new races to add to the repertoire. Um, so let's take a peek here. My two best trades today were this guy here, LYLT. All right. Little up candle here and a little 10-minute consolidation. And then I bought this little breakout here around 210, and it's performed pretty well today. Wasn't giving things a lot of leeway this morning. kind of folds into trader psychology. Day before a holiday, notoriously slow. So I'll share a little bit of my mental game with you guys, and it goes all the way back to yesterday because I've been on a pretty good run with these race stocks and playing the breakouts. So I'm thinking to myself yesterday, I'm like, man, tomorrow's going to be pretty thin. Um, and I don't even know if I should really be aggressive or not. When then my other self said, well, you're just going to stick to your routine that you always do, and you're going to do your job, right? And this morning, stuck to my guns, hit the LYLT. Let's see what the other one was here. Oh yeah, PBYI. PBYI, up candle, little flag for about 15, 20 minutes, Got a nice little pop there and a really nice scalp from 462 up to about 480 there. So that's all it took. LYLT and PBYI. Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I did trade 12 stocks this morning. Those were the two big winners. All the rest were mediocre winners and a few small losers. I believe my yeah, kept the loser small, took my profits. Passed up on a few after I got done, like this one right here, RLX. And I see your question there, and I'll talk about Dawn of the Dead here in just a second. So I was done, and I saw RLX popping out. I'm like, eh, don't like the energy expenditure that took place there. Now, it would have turned out good, and I'm sure a lot of you out there can sympathize with passing on a trade and then having it go. And you're just like, ugh. But that's part of the game, right? Um, my main goal today was okay, let's finish up strong for the week going into the holiday. That way, you can feel good about going into Thanksgiving because you stuck to your rules and you didn't let anything get in the way. All right. So, pretty much done for the day. Uh, can't say that another trade might not produce itself. It's highly doubtful at this point in time. But if it does, I'll take a gander and assess the risk. But there's about a 95% chance I won't do anything for the rest of the day. Okay. Yes, Peter, I will. And Jeff, can you explain Dawn of the Dead? Sure. Let me clear my throat here. Okay. So let's just take a look at the top list. And once again, this was created by Andy Linloff, trying to find stocks that are really beat down, that are coming back to life, i.e., the name, the zombie motif there, zombie stocks coming back to life. And if we just take a peek at the daily on some of these, CHRA, this is another one that I was in today. Just a very small winner. See that little breakout there, but it just couldn't get any steam going. Got it around 115, 116, could only make it up to about a buck 23 there. But getting out while the getting was good, and you can see exactly if you didn't take the money, roll back to flat, and then down she goes. So notice the activity in CHRA. Let me crunch the daily up here. So revisiting lows from way back here in 430, but obviously a beaten down stock, and now trying to get some life back into it. This level is crucial here, currently acting as resistance. But let's take a look at the filter set because it's pretty unique what Andy did here using the range filters. Pretty generic on the minimum maximum price, just stocks between a dollar and 30. Of course, you can take this down or up according to your preference. EP, the EPS filters in there for one reason and one reason only. Don't really care about the profitability of the companies, just trying to weed out the ETFs and iShares. And this is a good hack to do that because they don't report earnings. It does a pretty good job at weeding out about 99% of them. Every once in a while, you'll get one pop through, but for the most part, it works great. So these are the key factors right here: position and lifetime range and the position and 5-day range. So it can only be in the bottom 10% of its lifetime range. Thus, a stock that's been beaten down pretty good, but throw in the 5-day, it's coming to life because it's in the upper 10% of the 5-day range. So it's a stock that's been beaten down, lower 10% of its lifetime range. It's currently in the top 10% of the 5-day range, and a lot of the times it can break that 5-day range and have a nice little run. So that's what's going on here in Dawn of the Dead. Some generic volume in here, 300,000 shares on the 5-day average. Of course, this one's up for grabs too. Um, I'll probably experiment around with making a different version of this, and instead of using a 5-day average, just put a share count in there. Like, okay, it had to have traded 200,000. I know Barry is also a fan of this technique because who cares if it has low volume over a 5-day average, which is our lowest. If it's coming to life today, and it's liquid, then why not trade it? Okay, and per your request, Peter, I will drop the Dawn of the Dead race in there for you. And here's the cloud link. All right, so just grab that cloud link and load it up, and probably not a bad idea to make that one part of your default layout, assuming you like to watch the stock races. Of course, it being a slower day today, let's see how many stocks I was able to curate in the first 30 minutes. I probably quit a little before, but you can see here my list is not very long today. Here's the top, here's the bottom, and we do have some stocks that are doing some pretty decent relative volume, but not really attracted to what's going on in BIOL here, even though it is chalking up some pretty stout 5-minute volume of 1112X. Got the relative volume of 6930, but clearly market not liking that. BioLays, probably some news out on it. Or, yeah, no, earnings are already way behind us. Oncogene, or not Oncogene, but this one was all over my radar today. I just could not bring myself to hit this one. Um, First, it was chirping at me around 374, and then again at 388. Just didn't like the feel of it. Spread was about 10 cents wide at the time. Let's see if it's still spready. Yep, you got a 375 bid and a 384 offer, so 9 cents still. Would have worked, but you would have, well, can't say that I would have eaten the whole 10-cent spread. One of the cool things about a zero COM environment these days is a lot of the times you'll get the middle, which brings up an interesting little technique. When I do see things like this, what I'll do is instead of hitting my normal default shares, I'll load up something ridiculously small, like 5 or 10 shares. I'll hit market buy. I'll see where they fill me. Okay. If they fill me in an advantageous price, a couple of pennies above the bid, then I'll just keep doing it until the fills get sour. All right. So if you do trade in a zero COM environment, that's a little technique you can employ. When you see a spread of your stock, is just load up a few shares, hit market buy, see where they fill you on that. Of course, it's always possible they could just fill you at the offer, but that's why you just do a little micro lot, just kind of test the waters, so to speak. So, Jeff, you mean the Dawn of the Dead or the races in general? Because if it's the races in general, every day, um, every day I sit here and try to sit on my hands the first 20, 30 minutes. And the reason I try to sit on my hands, just like Barry always talks about, is we have to have, some type of pattern has to develop, right? So, for example, lilt, 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. And the reason I say 20 to 30 and not 30 is because a lot of the times that 20-minute area, for one reason or another, is when a lot of these smaller stocks like to get up and boogie. So, that's barely enough bars to form an opinion for me, right? Run up, consolidation, okay. If I, was going to take this trade, well, I did take this trade, um, then my eyes go right to here. 202 is the risk, right? Usually I like to look back 15 minutes, but the closer it is to the open, I have to kind of, modify things a bit. But like this RLX, perfect breakout. Okay. So this is the one I did not take because I'm like, yeah, I did well this morning. I don't want to screw anything up and put myself into a bad mental state going into the holiday. So had I taken this trade right about the 185 level, this is the entry candle. Okay. RLX, let's find it on the list here. There we are right there. Okay. RLX, relative volume 212, not too shabby. Okay. So I see RLX coming across this ticker. I see it breaking out perfectly. Had I taken it here at 185, not including the entry candle, we look back 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15, I'd take the lowest point. So the low there was a buck 80. The low there was a buck 80. So my risk would have been a buck 80. And I'll usually put it a penny outside. So it would have had to print a buck 79 to get me out. So risking 6 cents to make 15 cents. That turned out to be a really and it's taunting me. It's hitting highs as we're talking about it. Okay. So this is the risk area here, and this is the reward area that developed. Notice the reward area is a lot bigger than the risk area, and that's what we look for. You probably fit that thing in there, this risk area 3 times, right? Because we were risking 6 cents from 185 to 179, and it's almost up 18 cents. So it's almost a 3R return on the RLX. And this is the pattern that I wait for. This is the epitome, right? So I collect the symbols in the first 30 minutes. And by the way, I'm getting 3 race completions every 1 minute period. So think about that. In the first 20 minutes, there could be, there are 20 races. Okay. So that's 20 symbols to collect. Because all of my races here, if we take a peek at the race setup, are 1 minute races. Okay. Now, that's just my preference. I want to get the information as quickly as possible. These things are moving the most in a 1 minute race. 1 minute change, position from positive change from open, and then the dawn of the dead. But they're all 1 minute races. So market opens at 8:30, 8:31. I got 3 winners here. I simply click on them and click the little heart up here, and it adds it to my liked symbol list. This alert window here is simply a new high. Looking once again at my liked list. And then it's just about, okay, is the pattern conducive? Perfect here, okay? Even though I got a little too split some hairs, right? Went, I don't like the energy. I got angry because I missed out on 3 cents, okay? I didn't want to chase it. Well, that's what I get for being chinchy on this one. Would have had to sit it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 35 minutes at break even or down slightly, but got another good lift. Even presented another opportunity to add to it right here for the biggest round of the day. So that's what I'm watching the races for after I collect the symbols. Then I just start watching this ticker as they hit highs. And let's see, perf. Now, notice how this looks nothing like RLX. That was just a straight runner. Now, I would have no interest in that. I want to see things that have been consolidating in that first 20, 30-minute period that are just starting to break out. Okay. Perf did not fit the mold there. Okay. Boy, Ride's really taken a beating. Just amazing what a lot of these companies have done. These IPOs that start off at these lofty levels and are now pretty much close to zero. Ape being another one of those. And usually these 2 alert windows here are chocked full of symbols. This is just looking at a list of about 40 stocks that I've gathered that are lower dollar, that are very liquid, that trade millions of shares a day. But as you can see, all I've got on here is a new high and new low on the other one. They got to be doing 1.6 relative volume. But guess what? Nothing's doing that type of volume today other than Ape. And you can't really participate on the short side with Ape because, well, where I trade, it's not borrowable. Yeah, Jeff. So I treat all the races the same, right? I don't even, to be honest with you, I haven't even went back and looked where Lilt and PBYI came from today. But if I right click and hit top, oops, show the top 10 winners. They might, well, those stocks might not even be top 10. Perf, onks. Okay, RLX was produced because I'm not seeing it over here. Not saying it didn't win some of these other races, but boom, that's how we can identify RLX. I don't know if that is a Dawn of the Dead because it, well, yeah, yep, Dawn of the Dead. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't. So the Lilt is not even on the top 10. And I don't see PBYI on the top 10 either. So hopefully in the future, and I've made this request, it'd be nice if we could track, if the race winners had little tags on them, on the chart or something that identified which race they came from. A lot of the times they're duplicated. Scroll back to the max there. Okay, sorry, I think I missed your question, Laura. Oh yeah, previous days, highs and lows. Yeah, we can do that. So Circle, were you talking about uh, the post market webinar or the post market session that Chris used to do? Okay, so back to you, Laura. Create an alert window that would show when a stock takes out the previous day's highs or lows. Okay, let's do this. I'm just going to duplicate this window and we'll point it to the entire market. Okay, so we can leave new high and we can employ this filter here. Previous day's range or position. Well, I keep messing it up. Position in previous day's range. Okay, we're going to add this filter here. And we can say, we could use 100. Okay, now if we use this value, it's going to show you things just breaking, but it can also show you things that have gone way past yesterday's high. So if we didn't want to see it too far past yesterday's high, we'd have to cap it over here, right? Because I'm guessing you want to see it right as it's breaking yesterday's high, right as it's breaking yesterday's low, right? If that's different, Laura, just let me know. So to cap it right now, we could say, okay, We don't want to see it more than 2% past yesterday's high. And if you're ever wondering if you got the right settings here, you can always go to this in Words tab. Show me the stock is between 100 and 102% above the low of the range, right? Which means broke yesterday's high, but it's not further than 2% past. And then let's just use, we'll just throw some generic min maxes in here. And then we'll say shares today for volume. Volume today shares. Eyes are not working properly today. Just try to keep the super thin stuff out. Okay, so what was the high on DH yesterday? That was 1091, and this one cracked it at 1094, right? So 1091 price. Previous day's high was 1091, and then we topped out today at 1094, just kind of sitting around. I mean, up on the day, about 1.4%. But let's take a look at the history to see what else came through there too. So let's say we start taking a look right at 30 minutes in. See how ARR at that time was just breaking above yesterday's high here. Notice the red line. That is our system, since we're using new high as the alert, it's automatically tagging this red line on your chart, telling you this is where the stock could stop. This is the short-term potential resistance level. And of course, wicked right through it and came back down. RUM, or let's look at HBAN. HBAN, just as it was cracking yesterday's high, notice we got the red line there too. RUM, more of the same, cracked right above it, didn't have enough oomph to stay above it. That's a close one there. 2366, and just tagged it by a penny, all right? So it looks like this is working pretty well to identify things that are just breaking yesterday's high. Not a lot of them are continuing though. Looks like Cuck might be giving it a shot. See, yesterday's high was 860, and this one busted it and is up to 879. So that one would have worked nicely. Of course, not really a whole lot of volume there either. Okay, so Laura, this looks like it's getting it done for you. So now we'll do the downside too. Let me rename this. Just breaking yesterday's high. And we'll duplicate this one. Change her up a bit. For the opposite. Matter of fact, why don't we just use the old flipperooski here? Notice the only one that can be flipped here is this one. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Okay. All right, let's see if it made that flip for us. Right, so at the lows and no more than 2% away. Notice how that can get confusing, you know. Oops. -2 in the min field and a 0 in the max. So let's take a peek. Cog T, 1077, the previous low, 1077, and we went down to 1073. So that looks like it's working. Take a look at some of the other ones. Gonna do the same thing here. JDST, previous low, 876, and we cracked it today and went down to 870. Okay, looks like it's working. And there is the latest IPO. Just more of the same, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we already topped out at 71.51 on the 18th. Oh, and look, we're down at $11 now. Hmm. Talk about a bag. Talk about bag holders. Crazy. Pardon me one more time. For some reason, my phone likes to light up at this time. They know that I'm busy. Okay, so what we're going to do here is change the color on this for a little more appealing look. Okay, so we'll say background black. There goes RLX again. And bearish alerts will be red. Okay, so before I drop these cloud links in there for you, Laura, um, notice I wanted to just avoid the average daily volume filters and to say it had to have traded 200,000 shares today. Um, but if you get inundated, if too many things are coming through, then my next tweak to this would be to add relative volume and to say, okay, I at least want to see relative volume of 1.5. Okay, boy, not a bad little move on RLX there. And notice what my next high here is saying, 22 cents. If this thing keeps going, it's got 22 cents of room. But this is just telling me, but if we consult the chart here, then we're looking all the way back to here. So 22 cents, 25 cents. This is where it's drawing the line right here. Perfect. Right above that wick and back into this area of chop from June. Okay. I just really like having it right here. If there's no room, might not take it. That's not to say that sometimes they don't go up and just keep chewing through weird little levels of resistance. But this is a handy little feature to have. Okay, so let me drop these cloud links for you, Laura. What? Must have been Holly getting into a symbol. Okay, there's breaking yesterday's high. And just breaking yesterday's low. Okay, Laura, there you go. Oh, okay. I was like, who said Kura? And it was this one that I just pulled up. Oh yeah, another thing to point out. I think I left uh, text to speech on these windows. Yep. So if you don't want the text to speech, just come over here to actions and uncheck play sound. But right now, every time a symbol comes through, it's going to speak it. So we can see right here, Kura breaking well below yesterday's low. And this one's doing some volume. Notice right here, 8 times normal 5-minute volume. Of course, not a lot of pep on the relative volume, but it definitely looks like it's somebody selling it now. If it gets some oomph through this level right here, then look what we got right down here at the low of this day, perfectly coinciding with the 50-day moving average, which is the greenish line right here. JPS just breaking yesterday's low, putting in a wick. Anemic on the volume though. No volume there. Cura's got volume, COG-T. No volume whatsoever. As you can see, here was the low from yesterday. You're welcome, Laura. What about GTN? Well, let's take a look at GTN. Well, nice little run up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that first 25-minute period. 1075. Well, nice little 32-cent run there. On the daily over here, just kind of putting in this little consolidation area. Notice the 10 period looks to be the guiding hand here. If we do get a little pep to the upside, the longer things go sideways, the closer the moving averages get. So if we do get a little hurrah here, then this would be where it might stop. Greystone Television. Let's see, HLN's breaking yesterday's high. Not really doing anything to speak of as far as volume goes. A lot of stocks trading below 1 today on relative volume. RLX, one of the exceptions, kicking out 2 times relative volume. All right, scrolling the questions panel here, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Michael, you were talking about PED. A little bit of a thinly traded dude there. Kind of reminiscent of a Dawn of the Dead, but not quite low enough. Not exactly a big floater. All right, Jeff, so your question there, is there a way to set a default race time so you don't have to change it every time you start a new race? Um, I do believe that's what I have, the default start time. Now, are you talking about when to start the race, Jeff? Because notice minutes to run is defaulted at 1, and I've got auto start right here at 8:30. So right on the open, these races start and run once every 1 minute. TWKS just breaking yesterday's low. Leslie just breaking yesterday's low. Yeah, I'll just leave these up here for now. Kind of interesting to watch since my guys are sleeping. So, Jeff, is that what you meant? The length of the race? Right. As soon as if you set this to 1 minute, it's not going to change, right? So that will default whatever value you put in there, it will stay there. As long as you save your layout, once you make all the changes, then they should stick and just default to those values each and every time. This perf was running up 1, 2, 3, 4 for the first 20 minutes straight up, and it was pretty funny hearing the text to speech voice say perf. There's PBYI again coming through. It might have been Dawn of the Dead that flagged that one. Remember, I couldn't find it earlier. Yeah, there it is in the top 10, as well as RLX. My eyes just must have glossed right over it earlier. So obviously PBYI and RLX were both spawned from the Dawn of the Dead race today. I'm not seeing those names in the top 10 over here. Okay, Laura, what I said about my race breaks alert window. Sure. So once again, all of these races are set for only 1 minute races. So the market opens. After the first minute, I've got winners in each race. And all I do is I click on the symbols. You can notice that these are all liked already. And I just click on the little heart up here on the chart. And that adds them to a list automatically called My Liked Symbols, right? So it'll populate this top list with those symbols. But what I'm doing is collecting symbols for the first 30 minutes, okay? Um, and every time I collect a symbol, it gets added to that list. And then about 20 minutes into the market, I typically have my sound turned off because I don't want to hear all the jabbering in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes. So right about minute number 20, I'll continue to collect symbols for the next 10 minutes. But as a stock comes through here, as a stock that I've collected from a race and added it to my list hits a high, then I'll take a peek. Okay. And what I'm looking for is a nice, clean opening range break. Okay. 20 minutes is a little early, but if they're tight enough bars, I'll go ahead and take a shot at it. Um, kind of like I keep forgetting the symbol. Lilt, kind of like the lilt trade. Okay. Notice RLX didn't happen until an hour and 15 minutes into the open. That's pre-market bar. This is our first 5-minute candle. Takes a nice run up and then goes sideways. Okay. So during this time period here, until an hour and 15 minutes into the market, we're range bound, meaning we're trading between the high and the low that had been put in right here. But keep in mind, most of it was real tight up here at the top. So slowly but surely, RLX comes up here and breaks its opening range with a nice tight consolidation. And if you were like me, you passed on this one for some stupid reason this morning because I didn't want to ruin my performance going into the holiday weekend. But we can see now that was not a very wise move. I didn't like the gap here. I should have realized it was only 3 cents, but oh well, what are you going to do? So you had to be patient on this one. It flipped and flopped around at break even for a while, but then eventually got that lift. But the key factor here is this was a conducive pattern, right? So if this is the entry candle, the reason I've got this line marked off down here is this is the risk level, okay? So not including the entry candle, I take the lowest point of the prior 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15, and that would have been my stop loss on this trade. And of course, it never came close, just consolidated a little bit longer and then went on its biggest run of the session thus far to the tune of about 3x or 3R. Risked this amount here, and you could probably stuff the risk area about 3 times in there, okay? Because we were risking 6 cents from a buck 85 down to a buck 79, a penny below there. 6 cent risk, and so far it's up 18 cents. That's a perfect 3R. If you stuck in this trade for the duration, you made 3 times what you were risking. So this is a great example of what I look for. Now, I went a little early on some of these. LYLT, nice run up, and then a short 15-minute period there before it broke that little flag or micro consolidation, and it worked nicely. But the more bars you have to look at, the more distinct of a pattern that you have to key off of. Okay, so Laura, how is the alert window configured? Extremely simple, okay? So since this is looking at my liked list, it's only the stocks that I've liked that are going to be showing up in here. See my liked, and there's only one alert, new high. Now, why is it a new high? Because notice this range here, it's range bound. It cannot break the range without hitting a new daily high, right? So boom, that's why I use daily high here, and then I look for this pattern to be presenting itself. Now ARDX, just a little too wiki for me. All right, a lot of the times, now technically it was coming through at this level too, right? When it broke that high, I looked at this sloppy choppy and I'm like, not really my cup of tea. All right. If I would have bought a buck 84, 1, 2, 3, so that would have been my risk down here. And you can see it flopped around for a little bit, but just didn't appeal to me. I like to see a little bit tighter, a little prettier of a pattern, so to speak. There just haven't been that many of them today. Copen, a little too much energy expenditure off the bat, but it did break out here. Even if we scrolled back, it would have identified it here. You get a little bit of a lift, but I don't like seeing that much, upward movement. I like to see more of a consolidation. PBYI up, a little short 15-minute consolidation, and then in the 20-minute period, It broke there. That one worked well for a nice little scalp. But RLX is definitely the poster child today. Nice consolidation, easily identifiable risk, and a break and a continuation. Okay, good. HLN just showed on just breaking yesterday's high. Okay, let's take a peek. All right, so we can see the break of yesterday's high right here, just on the 5-minute. And we can also see it here. Yeah, that's a really strong stock. Notice relative volume down here on the bottom. Very strong stock. Let's see here. Here we are looking at the weekly, so a relatively young stock just hitting the scene back in July was its first week of trading. Trying to make a nice little smiley face here, right? Now, if we start chewing into this candle here, maybe the bottom there, you know, take a guess. I mean, somewhere right in there. So when you see limited time like this, a lot of times what I like to do is anchor the VWAP. Oops, wrong button. Hit that anchor it to the first week of trading. Okay, so notice what happened when we busted that anchored VWAP on the weekly level right there. Okay, it acted as a springboard. Okay, kind of like resistance. Once we busted it and we got to close above, 2 more weeks of upward movement. So especially when you see things with limited trading, that anchored VWAP can be a really good indicator. Okay, so here I have all the days of HLN. Let's do the VWAP anchor to the first day. All right, and now we can see it a little bit more granular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of trading right at the VWAP, and then once we got to close above, let's see, we closed that day 650, right? Actually, we closed there too, 653. So 3 closing days, 1 to doji, and then 2 closing days above that anchored VWAP, and then look what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive green candles. Impressive. Yeah, HLN is a prime swing trade candidate because we see what's going on here. It's trying to break out of this little range. I mean, it popped its head out barely yesterday, and now it's trying again. It's currently just off its highs, and risk is clearly identifiable. So we're currently at 692. I mean, that's not bad risk, 20 cents making it break below here, or if you really want to tack on a little extra risk, a close below the 10 period. But yeah, your risk is very definable here. You know, if I were to take a swing trade on this, I'd probably just say 669, make them break that range with some fervor. Interesting, since we started watching this ticker, a lot more stocks breaking yesterday's low than today's highs. DH rejected. HLN definitely looking good though. What do these guys even do? Personal healthcare products. Okay. And is a 30, am I reading that right? A $31 billion company. Wow. And a float of 2.25 billion. So definitely a big boy. Was just taking a look at that HL. It's a very thick stock. Might just have to add that one to my list of stocks to day trade. Matter of fact, I know I will. That's a crazy little opening candle there. That's pre-market actually. No problem, Patrick. Yeah, see, we discovered something here. HLN. Had we not configured that window, I would not have added it to my list.
Well, it's going to be on my list now too.
Ah, Barry.
There he is.
Wow, it's
Ah,
already the
Manu,
top of the
guys.
hour.
Manu.
Time
Manu,
flies.
Manu, Manu.
Is
Take a
it
look. It just
going?
made a new high.
And it quickly, I was gonna look at that one because I heard you talking about it earlier, but kind of got busy here.
Hmm.
Every time I hear you say that, Barry, I think of Mork and Mindy.
Nanu, nanu, nanu. Yeah. I can even do the little spread of the fingers pretty well.
Oh yeah,
It's
of
not
course.
easy. You know?
Of course, that's
Hilarious
originally the
though.
Vulcan thing,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. 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 But yeah, I'm doing it right now. In fact, if you could see me.
I can
Yeah.
do it with both hands, Barry.
Ooh, can I do it with my yes. Yes, I can do it with my left hand too. Ah, it's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
interesting.
HLN.
Look at that Manu volume on the 5 minutes, like
Yes.
36 times. Crazy relative volume as well.
And when I looked left on the daily, it looked like it had room to about 19 something. I think that's the next high looking left.
Yeah.
And you know what's going on, right? I mean, there's a talk about they're selling the company, the Glazers getting out and all that. So that's the big rumor that they're putting themselves up for sale.
Okay, well, let's look at looks like the candles or I call them the candles, but the pattern recognition bars down here
Yes,
are kind of,
they're saying get in. Get in.
well, like waiting for it to pull back
Hmm.
might be a nice little grinder today.
Well, look at the VWAP. The VWAP's at 1720,
Hmm.
and I don't know if it'll pull back that much though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. If you wait for that, you may not pull back that much. But I think if it, you know what? I mean, I think the problem is that it popped up so quickly, well, it's an accelerated move. Let's get a more controlled move and take out that high and see if it runs from there.
Yeah, I'll be keeping my eyes on it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to put my alert back on at 1770. All right, my friend. Well, I'm sure that you want to start getting stuffed. Is that the
Oh,
right
yeah,
term?
Barry, as soon as the market closes today, Jamie goes into chef mode. So,
Into shut mode?
chef.
Oh, chef mode. I think it's shut mode.
Chef.
Okay, chef mode. So obviously a turkey.
Yes, turkey and, the classic Texas cornbread and sage dressing.
Oh, good. Yeah, dressing. It's funny, Cecilia's from Peru and she never heard of dressing before. And
Or
so I had
stuffing
to,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, stuffing. They don't do that over there.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
said, well, listen, you're going to cook turkey for not Christmas. I need stuffing. So
Yes. Let there be
because
stuffing.
you can't have turkey without stuffing.
It just doesn't work.
Doesn't compute.
No.
All right, guys. I guess we should get back to taking a look at what the market's doing. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so
You are back, sir.
I'm back. Okay, so have a great well, almost 2 days off. Are you going to
Yeah,
actually work
well,
on Friday morning?
I'm sure. Of course, we have to see what happens, right, Barry? I mean,
Yeah,
being here doing our thing like
yeah,
normal.
yeah.
Now, does the market close at what time Eastern on Friday?
I think it's 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock Eastern. Okay,
Yeah, one
so
o'clock.
a
It's,
little
it's
three and a
definitely
half
half a
hour,
day. I think it's 1 o'clock. Yeah.
little 3.5 hour session.
Yep.
We'll see what happens. All right, my
You're right.
friend. We will.
Okay.
We'll see you then. Bye bye.
Okay. You bet. All right. I am back in both rooms now. Okay. I'm back in both rooms now. And I was just talking to Jamie, and we watched that Manu pop, guys. So it popped up to the high of the day and it came right back down. But I tell you, if it takes it out again, we are saying maybe it happened just too fast. It'd be nice to have it a little more controlled. And I think I'm gonna have to look again on my daily chart expanded. I'm pretty sure that the next high was something like 19. Yeah, 1946, not including today's high, of course, but 1946 is the next high looking left for Manu, Manu. B&G guys, look at B&G on the move here. Sorry, BGS. It's B&G Foods. BGS. Look at this thing on the move for some reason. All of a sudden, some volume came pouring in. That's about half the volume, well, more than half the volume of the day, about half the volume of the day in these last two 15-minute candles. It's traded 859,000. So over half the volume of the day in these two candles right here. Something's something's happening. BGS. Somebody wants this one right now. Now, would I want it right now? Let's see. All right, so the next high looking left looks like it's around 14.18. Now, of course, I wouldn't take it right now because it's too extended, but if this can kind of settle down a little bit, for some reason, I mean, all of a sudden the volume just came pouring in to BGS. I don't see any specific news on it. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 9th. I was getting interested in this DBGI. Unfortunately, it turned into a potential short. Unfortunately, I don't have shorts available. I was getting interested in this DBGI though. But then you got these two big topping tails. It's just not shortable for me. It would be an awesome short right now. Well, in fact, it's showing up on Zach Scan. I see. Ah, 103. Okay, thanks, Zach. I was talking to Andy. I was talking to. Well, maybe I wasn't talking to Jamie anymore in our YouTube room. Well, look at QURE though. QURE is a strong stock. QURE. Let's see if this takes out the high of the day, gets over 26 again. And if it did, what is the next high? Wow, it's above all this, all this. If you can see what I'm pointing at on my daily chart, it's above all of this. If it takes out that high again. QURE. This was an AI suggested short. Nope. I guess I should back this out just a little bit more to see where the next highs, say on the weekly chart, are for QURE. So the next high in the weekly chart is 25. So it's above that. You see, it's above that 25.73. So wow, look at this. $30, 30.41, guys. 30.41. I'm sorry, 29.61. 29.61 is the next high on the weekly chart for QURE. Oh, this is pretty interesting. I mean, it's trying to take this little weekly pop out. Got to stick an alert at 26. Now, on the other hand, if you thought, you know what, I'd rather play it on a pullback, well, you can take a look at the VWAP down here, 24.74. Maybe put a price alert there, see if it holds the VWAP. If it gets down there, it may not get down there. That's the only issue. All right, guys, so let's take a look at SI. This was an AI long. Excuse me. Did not work. Let's see. Some volume coming in. Did actually not get stopped out, but that was a pretty wide stop, but did not get stopped out. All right, so we've had a very interesting day in the market, guys. In terms of the SPY anyway, we had that big accelerated pop up. We thought these bars were big, these two green bars, but they got almost wiped out by that giant red bar. And now we're kind of sitting back flat with the SPY. SPY is just, basically flat now. Dow is a little bit up. Sorry, Dow is a little bit down. Nas is a little bit up. So kind of flattening out. Probably not too much action in, I would say, the major indices in the last, last 3 hours here. But that does not mean we won't find something to trade. Keep an eye on the Manu, guys. The MANU, if it takes out the high, it could go on another little run. Yeah, the market's open half a day on Friday. I think it's a 1 o'clock Eastern it closes. I'm pretty sure it's 1 o'clock Eastern. But can somebody confirm that? I don't think it's noon Eastern. I wish it were, but I think it's 1 p.m. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, so yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern time. How many amendments do you guys have in your Constitution? Anybody know off the top of your head how many amendments you got? You have? Is it 25 or so, or 27? Okay, well, I propose the 28th Amendment. You guys should change your Thanksgiving to Friday and have the half day on Thursday and then the full day on Friday. That should be the 28th Amendment. It's just so crazy having market close on Thursday, then coming back for half a day on Friday. It should be the reverse. There you go. No, that's the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Yeah, no, nothing saying it can't be the third Friday. Anyway, here we go. The billionaire Ratcliffe will bid for Man U, Telegraph reports. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, it's not really a rumor. I mean, well, like, I mean, will it get sold? I mean, we don't know that, but it's certainly not a rumor anymore. I'm surprised this one didn't show up on your scan, Zach. The BGS on the topping tail scan. I mean, I obviously know some of the filters weren't met, but volume hitting ATXG. Yeah, here it is up here. Yeah, 4% move. Only 7 cents, but 4% move. Oh yeah, this one. I've forgotten about this one. ATXG. Yeah, the day it got up to $600, $658. This is a weekly chart, so that's not the. So that's back. That was back in August. Let me get back my daily chart. And really haven't seen it since. But you know what traders are looking at? They're looking at this and saying, how many, I don't want to use the word. So nobody's thinking it's ever going to get back up to $600, but going to have a little mini breakout. All right, this is maybe an interesting one from Zach Scan. 3627 was a trigger. Now it moved down a little further, not much though. Um, market is moving a little higher, but what is XLE doing? So let's get XLE up and see if it's going to help it. There you go. So XLE is moving a little higher. So Halliburton might have a little pop here, guys, from Zach Scan. I kind of like, they said probably should have to take out 3627. There's a couple of highs right there, and then you've got a shot. I don't think it's not going to be an amazing trade, but you've got maybe 20 cents to the VWAP. So depending how much you want to risk. But I would not take this unless it took out these two highs right there. But that is the issue, though. I mean, it doesn't have that much room, in my opinion. Might have like only 20 cents. Actually, 30 cents to get to that VWAP, which isn't bad. I keep clicking on some of these alerts that I'm getting and just waiting to see if I have like I love that the DBGI was awesome for a while. Because look at the room it had. 866 was the high, and this was when it was up here at around 621. So I mean that's a big gap, but it just didn't hold and it just sold off. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. This is not a bad looking short, perhaps, except there's the VWAP 1322, so it's not that far from it. So if you waited for a break of the VWAP, but then you've got some pretty good, probably some support around 13. So for me, it's just not enough. So guys, depending on what's happening today, I mean, we really might slow down. I may just shut the rooms down at 3, depending on what is happening, instead of 3:30, if that's okay. Hey guys, I'm sort of looking at this YPF. I know it has room here, but sort of eyeing this maybe for a potential, the short, yeah, 757. It looks like there's some decent support, but if we get down to the VWAP, even then, yeah, it doesn't look worthwhile doing either. Well, on the top side, yeah, because you look left, it's got a little bit of room to 8. This is a scary name, Sociedad and Anonima or Anonima. Like maybe that's how it's pronounced. Sounds like some secret cult. Anonima. Guys, Manu now is making a little more orderly assault on the high of the day instead of that one that happened about 30 minutes ago. Would have popped right up and came right back down. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. 2348 is the next high looking left for CFLT Casa. Yeah, I see what you're looking at, Shady. So yeah, the pullback, a little rest. My only issue might be that 200-day moving average, or sorry, the VWAP. Depends what you're trying to make. You know, I mean, if you're literally going to put a stop at the low of that candle, so you've got about an 18-cent stop. The VWAP is up here at 53. So 36. So yeah, I mean, you're right on the cusp of a 1 for 2, depending where you put your stop for you. If you think that this, if the VWAP is going to stall it. DLB, Dolby. So what Tesla's going to use their technology? All right, sticking an alert for Halliburton, HAL at 36.27. See if it takes that out. But what's XLE doing right now? Hey guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a minute here. I'm going to answer a couple of emails, so just give me a moment. Okay, guys, there's Manu. There's Manu now, new high. Actually, is that a new high? Yes, it's a new high right now for the day. 1777 was the high. Will it really, really take that out? Yes. I like for me, this is just a little scalp. Holding on to a piece in case it breaks out over 18. I'm sorry, North. Right to 18 and then it stopped. As long as you have a stop. As long as you have a stop. Okay. Coop. C-O-U-P. Wow. Yeah, halted. Visa, as you said, Vista is set to explore deal to acquire Coupa. Okay. Are you paying Casa? Are you paying for their whatever they call their service? What is Benzinga charging these days for their breaking news service? Is it 100 or 150 or whatever? Oh, you have it free. I know Real used to have it. Didn't Ameritrade have it? Or Thinkorswim or Well, I've got 74.46 right now from the halt for Coop. This is what I've got at Interactive Brokers. You've got 79. Okay. I can delete the link. Oh, I see. Tradingterminal.com. Gotcha. In the top. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about in the top. You mean above? I'm trying to actually, but I can't seem to. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Breaking news. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. I've got something going on here though. Hmm. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm going to have to contact the developer of the room. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm going to have to contact the developer of the room for something. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm okay. Manu, well, you might be totally out of it. If it takes out 18, I may get back in it. But so look at the coupe. So where is this? This is a news halt, all right? No, it's a volatility halt, so it's not a news halt. So I see 70-70 again. And I see why you're kind of salivating, because if this ever, once this opens, I see you want to probably try to short this. I am totally surprised they're doing an FOMC today. Well, I'll throw the SPY chart up just for fun, like I always do. The 1 minute SPY chart up just to see if there's any AEO guys. Okay, Casa. So the guy was just speaking to me right now. Is that what's supposed to happen? Okay, so the guy's talking. I fortunately I cannot delete the link. That's what I'm trying to contact the, or I can't delete the posts. I'm contacting the. I may have to get out of this and reload it, guys. So you guys should still be there, even if I do that. Oh, it's free. Okay, then I won't worry about it too much. But it cannot be the same thing that they're charging $100 a month for or whatever. Funny, somebody mentioned top earlier today. Oh, it might have been a different top. Oh, they mentioned tops, not top. Yeah, I'm sorry. This top showed up in some scan. I thought, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. All right, guys, listen, this is what time is it now? 1:43. So I'll put the SPY chart up at 2 and see what happens. But more than likely, I will be shutting down at 3 today, if that's okay. Zach, Dak, you were mentioning the ATXG, or somebody was anyway. I know I mentioned it because of the craziness that happened a while back, 576. I see. Okay, Casa, free for now. I see. Okay, guys, so there's the Halliburton, and market is moving a little bit higher here. And Halliburton, this is from Zach Scan. The only issue I've got with it is that the 200 or the VWAP is not that far away. You know, it's about 30 cents away. So it did not do quite the pop that it looked like it might have done. That's for the coupe. Hmm. Well, it's definitely interesting if it breaks down through 60 for the coupe. Well, we've got some movers here, guys. Look at the APLD. We've got some movers here. Yeah, I like that AEO as a second day continuation, but I didn't like what it did early. I didn't like the fact that it dropped down almost down back down to 15. It is above yesterday's high second, so this is turning into a second day continuation of earnings. He's got quite the accent, Charlie. Sounds like a classic New York accent to me, anyway. Okay. Highly risky, guys, but okay. XM, let's take a look at XM. Any reason for this ramp? Let's take a look at XM. Qualtrics, well, okay. Well, it's got some room too, doesn't it? A little bit of room. 1065, next high looking left, a little bit of room. Yeah, go ahead. Sure, you can post it. I know they are out there. It's just somewhat laziness on my part to not. Does it say approximately when the SPACs are going to start trading under the new symbol? That is what I really care about. Michael, do I see CVNA and a lot of insider buying? Well, no, I don't. This is a dying and dead company, though, so unless something extraordinary happens, just because the insiders are buying, doesn't mean anything really, in my opinion. All right, through one. Okay, so what are we talking about here? So I'm looking at that calendar. So you can see all the votes. Yeah, you can see where when they're voting, which is cool. Yeah, I'll spend a little time on that one. There was a similar one that I saw a while back, but I like the calendar-ish. It may have been the same one, but I haven't looked at it for literally years. But thanks for that. Yeah, this is what it looks like. So you can kind of so on the 15th, the vote. So what does it say though? So I think to use this one is you start putting in the votes. You find the ones that are putting a vote in, and then whatever the price, and then maybe making a symbol list out of them. And then if they pop the day before, is typically, I mean, that's typically what used to happen. They'll pop the day before a little bit because they'll say, okay, the merger has been approved. And then the next day, or they'll give a date when it's going to start trading as a new symbol. Oh, okay, merger complete. 22nd. Okay, what was that one? CASA. Some guy said he just announced his resignation. CEO. Was it starting with a B, I think? I couldn't hear the symbol. Anyway, thank you for that, Major. I will take a look at that over the weekend. BOCN, thank you, BOCN. What happened? Did it drop, move higher? Oh, this is Blue Ocean Acquisition, okay. The CFO announced his resignation, okay. So this is a blank check company, so have they even indicated who they might be trying to buy or merge with? At any rate, it doesn't trade. Coming up, the FOMC meeting minutes. Look at Manu, guys. Manu's getting close again to that 18 break. Okay, so I have a question. I'm not sure I understand every aspect of the question. Um, Somebody in our YouTube room, can I ask about indicators you use, and do you think about visual and drawing scale and easier to move? Visual racing and AI++ could be changed to lighter on graphics card and easier on it. Well, first of all, these are all, I'm not a developer, okay? So I'm not sure I understand completely what you're talking about. If you're talking about making it easier to see things and that, I've really thought about anything like that, but of course, I'm not a developer. So that sounds like more like a question you want to direct to, say, support at trade-ideas.com, and maybe our developers take a look at that. But certainly, I have not considered anything I think that you're talking about. Ah, boy, I think I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning. Around word timing and connection could get lost. The reestablished law of momentum, is this normal on a US connection? Yeah, I'm very confused. Sorry. Look at ONON, guys. Look at this. Some volume came into it. I might even take this again. Held to VWAP. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you're trying to get at, Ryad. I'm listening. Yeah, so I was just listening to him, and yeah, he was reading basically the minutes. That was a mouthful, yes. PTLO, guys, I saw this one earlier, PTLO, and why did I see it earlier? For some reason, I saw it earlier. Keep, keep an eye on Manu, guys. MANU, keep an eye on it. Over 18 again. Look at this spy. No, I'm listening to him. But well, the what he's reading out, obviously the market is liking it right now. Wow, really watching this Manu. I love the way it's holding over 18. Just watching the Manu, 1803, 1805. You know, if it gets like a bit of 1806, 1808, I'll probably get into this again. I just want to see how well it holds over this 18 level. 1801, 1805 right now, bid ask. Talking about the MANU. Look at this SPY pop. Holy smokes. So, Raed, I'm sorry if Al Turkey, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, but I just don't quite understand what you're talking about. It sounds like more of a development thing. Certainly not. It's certainly out of my area of expertise. Okay, let's just put an alert up here at 1807 or so for the MANU. I don't want to jump the gun on it. It may not hold 18. All right, NCNO. Let's take a look at the looking left on this one. 27.29. So this has got a little bit of room, a little less than $1 to the next high. Let's see if this let's see what the market's doing though. I think a lot of these are running with the market. So the market's putting in a pretty big topping tail. Remember this one from yesterday, this SCPH. I can't remember if it had any news yesterday. Pricing. Okay, so they did a financing, $50 million financing, and it didn't affect the stock. In fact, it actually popped it. Manu, guys, keep an eye on Manu. Boy, I mean, really, if it gets, am I typing a wrong symbol? If it gets to 1806, on the bid, 1806 on the bid, that'll probably get me into it. Yeah, DLO. Let me see, I do have that one actually thumbnailed just in case. So 1434 looks like the next high. 1436 is the high of yesterday, so I was hoping this morning, I thought it was closer to that high. I thought, wow, maybe if I can take that out, it might have a nice run. Yeah, I did see. You've made your point. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see if we can go. Look at the histogram. Histogram, high, high, high. Doesn't absolutely mean it's going to keep moving higher, but again, what it's telling us is that the bullish candlestick patterns are, really ratio-wise greater than the bearish ones. Yeah, you know what? It's looking at the same sort of pattern as happened on that other big pop. Okay, I'm out of it, guys, for a little loss here on the menu. I'm going to wait again. It popped too quickly, just like the last time, and pulled back. So I'm out for a little bit of a loss. Look at this topping tail on the SPY now. However, what time is it? 2:12. Okay, so Okay, guys, sorry about that. There's stuff happening internally at Trade Ideas. I'm just wanting to follow. So, is the Fed on tape? Probably somewhere. I don't know. Maybe do go to YouTube or something. I don't know for sure, but probably somewhere. I don't have a link for you if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I think Man U is one of the, if not the most valuable franchise in the world. I know the Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys are up there somewhere, but I thought Man U is one of the most valuable franchises in the world. It certainly is, but I don't know if it's the. All right, guys, 217, getting close to the end. As I say, I'm probably going to shut down at 3 unless something extraordinary happens. But so just one last talk about my homepage and all for the week. Remember, the market's closed tomorrow. I will open Friday morning. I don't know how much I'm going to get on the mic though. Really? Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're just talking through your heart. Or with your heart, not your mind. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Again, all the information. Friday 30 is the promo code you can use for 30% off the first month only or the entire year. What I would do if you're unsure, like don't take out an annual unless you know you want it. So you can always start off with a monthly, okay, a monthly subscription, 118, 228 less the 30% for the first month. If within 30 days though, you decide you want an annual, we'll honor the 30%, okay? As always, do the let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. I do a stock of the day video. I'll be doing it pretty soon now. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. About an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. All the education is here, or I have a big education link here. Here's our user guide. Don't have to learn everything about it, but here's that getting started. At least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stop racing is all about. Afterwards, you can start diving into the other aspects, but just get those down first. And daily support. So tomorrow, obviously nothing and nothing on Friday. Back to normal on Monday between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them. They'll be back next week. You can sign up for them. I think it's next week. I think it's the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Educational videos are here and back to basics. If you're new to trading, great free resource for you. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Plus, on my homepage, you've got my links or my scans. Here are the two races that I talk about. This is what I use in the pre-market to kind of find the ones that could move all day. You know, the pre-market actives up and down. Has some other scans, of course, here. So again, if you decide you do want to take out a subscription at some point, I'd appreciate it if you use my link helps me. Yes, it does help me personally. It helps the room keep it free. But also, if you save my link, you can always look at my scans later. You can always look at all the education. I think my link is a pretty good one source for a lot of information to trade ideas without having to go through our homepage and try to find out other things. I think our my link has a lot of good stuff for you. Okay. Probably not a bad time to put the team up for sale during the World Cup. Really, when you think about it. All right, at least it's still 0-0. And for some wondering, when is this over in terms of the promo? And click on that Black Friday 2022, and you have a little calendar countdown. You can select your subscription right there. Okay. And yeah, this works with my, like, I get credit. Okay, let's put it like that. I do get credit. I don't know about that, William. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, if you because he's at the end of his career. I mean, listen, I don't want to talk about sports, but just briefly, having to carry that, having to carry that contract. I mean, what little I know about soccer, okay, in terms of how much more gas he's got in the tank. Go, 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 go. All right, so I just heard that I don't know if that's the reason why the stock is spiking. Probably not. It's probably the overall market. But Disney, the going to hold a town hall for his employees on Monday. All right, guys, I am actually going to do my video now, okay? I'm going to do it, so I'm going to put myself on mute, obviously, for a bit. And what time is it right now? 2:26, so should be back. Give me like 2:40 or so. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute everywhere. All right, so I'm back now, and I'm really trying to decide if I'm going to do this ON again. I want to see maybe if it pulls back just a little bit, and maybe hold it and have a little more resolve this time. Ooh, look at Cal here, guys. Caleres. Look at Cal. Look at it right on top of the 200-day moving average, CAL, right on top of it. What's the 200? 2482. So, will that hold it? Trying to see if there's any news about this one. Don't see any news. It's not an earning. Well, actually, so it was an earnings play yesterday. You know, the reaction was kind of muted. It popped up, but sold off a little bit. Still closed above the previous day's high. But look at today's action. This is like, you know, and certainly the market would not have warranted this. So it's almost like, okay, we were taking a look at what the earnings release said, and then today they said, you know what, this is not good, because it's not like the market was selling off or anything. But so look at this. CAL, will it hold? Will that 200-day moving average hold? Okay, guys, so it's 2:41. As I said, I'll probably shut the room down right around 3 o'clock, unless there are questions. I mean, I'll stick around if there are questions for sure. But I think what I'll do right now anyway, well, no, I guess I'll stay on till 3. I won't mute myself. So good opportunity to ask some questions if you have any. And just again, a reminder for people who aren't in North America, market is closed. US market is closed tomorrow and for a half a day on Friday. So I will open the room for that half day on Friday. It'll be open till 1 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. Normal opening hours, of course. I'll open the room at, I may not open it at 8. William, are you around? Mr. William, are you around? Maybe William ducked out. Oh, he's gone. Okay. All right. Well, I was going to get him to open the room. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to open the room then at 8. So, taking a look at this menu, guys, see if it really wants to hold 18. And it had a little run to about 1825-ish, I think. But it's holding 18 pretty nicely, pretty well. Well, here's what I wasn't, you know, it's funny. I would have, here's ANF. ANF is a second day continuation of earnings coming right into the 200-day. I would have thought AEO probably looking about the same. But the big difference is it is through the 200-day moving average. I was just talking about that Cal earlier. Did it hold the 200-day? So far, it's holding the 200-day. So far, this should be watched. Well, maybe not. This looks like there's some not bad support, yeah, decent support underneath. Maybe not enough room underneath. I'm using the cross below VWAP. Do you know how much below, say in percent, TI uses for this? Well, okay, the theory is that if you look at the definition, I think it requires some volume confirmation. The theory is that it is an instant alert, okay? The theory. So when it crosses, but when you look at the definition, there is a volume component. So that's why sometimes you'll see, it might look a couple of, two or three, or depending on the price of the stock. Yeah, it looks like it could be a little late, but a lot of times, I mean, it's to me, it's inconsequential. It could be 2 or 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents late, so-called late, but that shouldn't. See, here's the deal. You know, it's not a matter of taking a trade just because it crosses the VWAP, right? It's a matter of, okay, it's crossed. Now let's take a look at it. But if you actually take a look at the definition, I think there is, I think that says there's a volume component. Otherwise, stocks can go up and down that VWAP quite a bit. Yeah, there's usually a volume confirmation. I can't see it here, but so that's what happens, okay? I mean, are there cases in which all of a sudden it might look if it is a super fast moving stock, sure. But you know what? If it's a super fast moving stock, you'd never be able to get it anyway, right at the VWAP, typically. Hmm. BGS came back. All right, Manu, are you going to have a late day surge? me a moment. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back for a bit. Well, talking about picking a direction. Look at this SI. I mean, this was an alert from the AI to go long. It didn't work. Did not get stopped out. It actually did not get stopped out. Okay. But, it got from all the way up 27.46 down to 25, and then it's come right back. So it did not actually get hit that stop. So this is what I'm talking about. You can see it right there. These are the two. All right, guys, I think this is it. I think I'll wrap it up now, okay? If you don't mind. So let me just get my script together. And Friday, I'm going to make sure it says Friday and not Thursday. All right, everybody. So obviously to all my U.S. friends, have a great Thanksgiving, etc. And obviously the room is closed tomorrow. I'll open the room Friday morning, 8 o'clock, as normal. Don't know what I'm going to do in terms of being on the mic or any preparation, but I will open the room. So have a great Thanksgiving, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.